Hello, ladies. Hello, housewives. Hello, everybody. It is election day. Welcome to the Election Day Lounge. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you guys so much for everything you guys have done this year and for becoming part of the red, wine, and blue community. I am going to salute you with my mimosa to start the day. I will be moving into other beverages as the day goes on, but we are going to start with the mimosa. I want to say, I know that everybody is probably excited. We've been waiting 4 years for today, 4 long years for today. And I know we're also probably feeling anxious. I mean, I know we are. I know we're all feeling anxious as well. But I just want to say I am also feeling so hopeful because I have just heard so many amazing stories from women in these groups. I've heard stories too about people who are getting friends to vote for the first time, who have parents and relatives who voted third party or did not vote last election and are now voting for Joe Biden this election. And I'm so inspired too by all of the long lines at polls, the incredible turnout, and then all like the youth, all the people who are just standing up and trying to make a difference. So we're going to spend some time together today. We are going to be on here for the Election Day Lounge from noon until 5. We are going to start right now. I'm going to have an interview. But one of the things we definitely want to be doing is taking action because, hey, the election is not over. It is still going on. So if you have not yet joined Outvote, which is the app that Red, Wine, and Blue uses, you can see Beverly has on the screen right now how to download the Outvote app. And this is our campaign code, UNCORK, which is 862675. You put that in and then you can join. And we would love to have you joining in with us. We have ways to message your friends who have not yet voted. We can also be messaging people just to try to get out the vote today. So we are going to be taking some action here. We also have some really fun interviews coming up. So we want you to kind of just kind of keep paying attention. So we have some women coming on at 1 o'clock who have some super inspiring stories to share with you. We have some life coach and psychologist coming on because we know we maybe all need a little bit of that today, a little bit of calm, a little bit of zen, a little bit of inspiration. And then we've got some amazing celebrity interviews. Alyssa Milano is coming back to visit us. We have a really amazing performer coming on named Brita Filter, our drag queen, who will be on at 3:50 to kind of get us in a party upbeat mood. So we're really looking forward to that. So that's kind of the schedule of the day. Just come here from noon until 5. At the top of the hour, we're going to be having some of these interviews, some of these celebrities, some of this like Zen calm professionals here to talk to us. And then we're going to end it with like music and dance and fun and just chill out together. So please come hang out for as long as you want here in the Election Day Lounge. Tell your friends to come and check us out. But we are going to start, and I think this is the perfect way to start this day, with a story you guys may have remembered from a couple years ago. I have a woman named Julie Briskman who's going to join us from Virginia. You may remember Julie. You guys remember that photo? It kind of made some news. She just happened to be riding her bike and happened to go by President Trump's motorcade and gave him a one-finger salute. It got captured by a photographer and then it went viral. So we were really happy to have connected with Julie, and she is here today. So I'm going to bring her on. Hi, Julie.
Hi, I am so excited to be here. Your program today sounds awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. And this was, you guys, this is how women do it, right? We just plan things and then we're like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We found out that Julie was part of one of our Facebook groups. She was in Suburban Housewives Against Trump group. And we reached out to her and I was like, would you like to come share your story? And she was like, sure. But I think she said your daughter was voting for the first time today.
Yeah, today is actually my daughter's 18th birthday and she wanted to vote on her 18th birthday. So I worked the polls from 8 to 10 and then she came and voted at 10 o'clock. And now I'm kind of in a room. I'm not usually a guitar lesson that my son is doing. I'm sure everyone watching is from the right house so you can have some quiet.
Oh, no kidding. This is what moms do, right? You're at the polls. This is really what women do. We go to the polls to work. You take your daughter to vote. You're home with your son doing guitar lessons, trying to hide in a quiet room. But anyways, Julie was saying, well, I have to stand in line with my daughter to vote. So we weren't really sure whether she would make it home in time. So I'm so glad that you did make it home. So for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of women. We had started, Red, Wine, and Blue started in the state of Ohio. I'm sorry, my dog is barking in the background. And Julie has an Ohio connection. So Julie, you are from Ohio.
I am. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. I went to Ohio City. So as we like to say, we bleed scarlet and gray.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
So Ohio State has for me. Yeah.
And you're from Columbus originally?
I'm from Columbus originally. Yep.
Okay. And where do you live now?
I live in Sterling, Virginia. So we're just outside the belt, west of the Beltway. So right outside Washington.
And so tell me the story. So how did this all happen? I mean, obviously we've all seen the photo and we just flashed it on the screen. How did that happen? Like, what was going on that day? How did that all come about?
So Trump National Golf Course is a mile from my, and we were, it was and I had taken my daughter to get ready for homecoming at a beauty on TV that he was at the golf course. And we finished the day at the spa and she went off to do her thing. And I was like, I'm in from America. I kind of had forgotten he was there. And let's just go out and go for a bike ride to get things moved. And there's a blacktop path that connects my hood to the neighborhood where the golf course is. And so 3 minutes of leaving my house, these black limousines started passing me on the left. And I thought to myself, oh, yeah, I saw that he was there again. Just saw it at the salon. And big black limousine passing me in the SUVs. And I just thought to myself, there aren't people in America that get to tell the president exactly what they think at that proximity to, and because they were very close. They were very close.
Oh, yeah, you can tell.
I used the tool at my disposal. I had a tool at my disposal, and I, held my right there on my bike.
All right. So how did you feel after you did that? Because I'm not sure if I would be like, I can't believe I just did that, or if I would be like, yeah, I just did that.
I did. Strangely enough, after they stopped the light, like within a half mile, I'll stop at the light. I guess when they come out here to suburbia, they don't have the the escorts, running lights and all that. So and I got to pass them again. And on the second pass, I did it again. And then after that, I thought to myself, this guy is breaking all norms, and I said my piece, and I'm just going to turn right. They're going to turn left, and I just went because I didn't want to do it again because you know what's going to happen with this president.
So when did you first discover that someone had snapped that photo and it was online?
So I'm actually a member of a local running club, and Sunday morning I saw this text from my friend who said, "I'm so proud of you. This is amazing." And I thought, what is she talking about? And my friend recognized me because I had a running group shirt on, which has like a big A on the, and we had just been doing our Adopt a Highway cleanup that morning. So I had been wearing that shirt. I was riding my bike. And so she recognized me immediately. And then I went to our Indivisible page for Loudon, and then I went to Twitter and I saw all this chatter and I realized, oh boy, this is blowing up. Good morning.
So were you identified right away? Or I know your friend recognized you, but how did other people start to figure out it was you?
So I identified right away, and but identify me just because I actually put it as my cover photo on page. I put it as my cover photo on my Twitter page, and so people locally started recognizing. And a place where I worked part-time messaged me, "Can you take our business off the page because we're getting nasty emails and nasty voices messages. And I thought, wow. I mean, I haven't even been officially identified anywhere because it's my backside.
Right.
And one day after that, I went to my place of employment, which is a government contractor. And by that time, the press had like on Sunday night, Monday morning-ish. And I went into the HR department. I said, hey, listen, I just thought you might want to know this is, identified myself. Another employer is getting nasty messages. So I just, and also the media is calling. And I said, I haven't decided if I'm going to talk to them, but I wanted to let you know. And the HR representative said, well, you're allowed to ride your bike and just don't do your media interviews on company time. And I thought, fair enough. I went home that night and went back to work on Tuesday, Halloween. And I was fired at around 2:30 that afternoon. And that's when I had to go talk to the media.
Yeah.
So that's when I was identified. That's when I was identified nationally.
Yeah, I know then there was like some legal action and that all got taken care of. You are actually an elected official now, is that correct?
I am. I turned my I got a call pretty quickly from the chairwoman of the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors. In Virginia, if you're a county, you have as opposed to like a city council. So the chairwoman, African-American woman elected to a chair position in the state of Virginia, she called me up. And she said, Julie, would you consider running for office? Ooh, I don't know about that. Can I call you back later? I'm a little busy with some press. But we did have a conversation, and I had helped my friend run for this same position, and he didn't win. So that she knew me because that's the year that she won in 2015, her at-large. And so, we talked, and she said, listen, the world knows you as the woman with the finger, but I know you as someone who's been helping her community for a really long time. She said, listen, you've been on the PTA, you have taught group fitness at local gyms, you're founder of a local running club, you've played viola in the community orchestra. She's like nonstop with your children's activities, fundraising for the swim team, always volunteering for sports. And as she started talking it through with me, I was like, well, I guess I have a lot of needs of my community. I've lived here for 20 years. And once she put that in perspective for me, I was like, I'll do it. So.
Yeah. I'm just laughing because you said PTA mom, and I know so many people in this group who are like the PTA moms, the sports moms, the people who are selling things for the swim team. Like, yes. When you said that, I just had to smile because I was like, yep, sounds about right. And then it's amazing. So had you thought about running for office before any of this happened?
No, I really hadn't. Like I said, I got involved in 2015 with my friend Andy's campaign, and I knocked doors and I held a fundraiser for him, but I hadn't run up for office before. And after Phyllis, her name's Phyllis Randall, the chairwoman of the board, after she kind of talked me through my community activism, then I thought, okay, I want to go see what it actually takes to run for office. And luckily, Virginia was in the midst of turning blue in 2018. And I had the opportunity to help Jennifer Wexton's in the and the general, and then we had her seat once she won. And so after doing a lot of that, like door knocking, phone banking, fundraising, getting kind of a feel for that, I thought, okay, it fits with my personality. Being kind of fits with my personality. Because the other piece, there may be people who have done just as much community work as I've done, but don't cold calling or knocking on doors. So once I kind of put that puzzle together, I thought, this is it. I'm going to do this. And I became very politically active in my community. That's amazing.
And so are you enjoying that? Are you happy that that's the path you chose?
I am enjoying it. So we took office in January 1. and I haven't been bored for 1 second.
That's amazing.
I have not been bored for 1 second. And that's something for me. It's very fulfilling. And I don't like to be bored. But also Virginia has, Virginia still, you know, we've turned blue. We used to be purple, but we've turned blue.
Yeah.
But Virginia still has a lot of work. Sure, the viewers have seen the monuments coming down, and a number of other action has enabled the county boards to do more. And so a lot of work. Supported the ERA, so Virginia became the 38th state to ratify. So that was very satisfying to have our Board of Supervisors support that at the state level. We were given authority on our Confederate monuments, so we took down the monument of our that was sitting in front of our courthouse. And right now we're in the process on my legislative of changing laws in our so that you can't bring guns into public places and into parks. I'm actually looking into also prohibit at our polling places. A lot of work to do still in Virginia, so I'm very happy to be where I am.
Well, that's amazing. And I'm happy to say that because I know a lot of women are asking, you know, once this is over, you know, what's going to happen? Obviously, Biden wins. There is still work to do everywhere in this country, and there's so much for us to do together. Julie, I am so thankful that you connected with us and that you agreed to come on and share your story. We really appreciate it. And tell your daughter thank you for voting.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, ladies. Thank you. And again, if you want to get involved with us today, you want to come hang out, we are going to be doing some texting. We are going to be getting out the vote. I'm bringing on some of the red, wine, and blue ladies. And hi, everybody.
Hi. Hello.
Hello there. So I can see some sparkles and some things going on. We are officially starting the Election Day Lounge, I guess. So
yes,
all sparkled up.
This is just outfit number one.
Oh my God, Jennifer! Look at Jennifer's eye makeup and
look at her hair. I'm like OG Liza over here. I'm so excited.
Wait! I'm lounging because I'm lounging.
That's amazing. Way to one up everyone.
Okay. I have to say that I felt a little old because I was coming downstairs, I was putting on my sparkly top, and I told my daughter, I'm like, what do you think? We're doing like a Studio 54 vibe, you know? And she goes, what's Studio 54?
Oh, yeah. You have to show her some videos.
Yeah.
There's actually a really great Studio 54 documentary of that. Okay, how old's your daughter? Anyways, when she's old enough, make her laugh, it's great.
She's old enough. She's old enough. She can handle it. All right, so ladies, we after talking to Julie and knowing that this is election day and we really need to kick this off in really inspiring way, I thought we could give a very similar to salute, just like Julie did, to start our day. So maybe we can say hi to the president.
All right.
Sure. Ready?
Okay.
In honor of Julie.
In honor of Julie.
Hi.
Been waiting 4 years
for you. I get why she did it now. I feel 10 years younger. I think I lost 5 pounds. Like, I don't even know. That feels amazing.
Yes. So thank you, Julie, for inspiring us this morning, for coming on and just being obviously a badass lady coming on and doing that. So thank you guys so much. Oh my gosh. Okay. So how's everybody feeling today?
Great. Like I said, this is outfit number one for me. I'm
ready.
Channeling Kamala. Nice. Got the hair, got the pearls.
You got your Mamala for Kamala shirt?
Yes, my Mamala for Kamala shirt. And I have on bright pink Converse, tennis shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
My daughter said, yeah, Mom, that's it.
And you got a bold lip, too? Like, joining me. Like,
yeah.
Ready to go.
Absolutely. Oh, and also my wine.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
It's a 12:20, 12:30?
It's 5 o'clock.
Time somewhere.
It's time.
Well, I wore my Mama Love for Kamala shirt to the poll this morning because I had to hand out slate cards for a couple hours. And I will say I was very happy because where I live is super, super red, people, super red. So it should have been a lot of Republicans at the polls, and it was. But I did pass out some Democratic slate cards, and it was not very busy.
Really?
Yeah. So that made me happy. You know,
Good.
that
I mean,
long
does it
run
make
back
you
and forth.
happy?
Made me
Yeah.
happy. What?
I'm of conflicting minds when it comes to that, right? Because then on one hand, everybody voted early, so it's not busy. Or on the other hand, turnout's down.
No, I'm happy because it should have been, you know, where I live too, Republicans vote on election day. So that means lower numbers. So that's weird.
All right.
This is the spin that I am working with today.
Tell yourself this little narrative.
Right. This is
Created the
good
narrative.
vibes only. We just good vibes only.
Your spin is
Get that good goodness and light out into the world, right?
Absolutely.
And so Hannah, how are you doing? Because her kids are homeschooled, but they don't have to do schoolwork today. So you get a little bit of a break here on election day.
Right. So many of our elementary schools are off today because they're polling locations. So that means
Right.
that us virtual people have the day off too. So we drove around to polling locations with our cars stocked full of water and snacks to see if we could help people in line. Fortunately, we didn't have very long lines either. So we're going to head out a little later and try again.
Oh, that's kind of cool. So the kids are helping you pass stuff out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's a
A little
delay.
delay. Thank
All
you, Bev, by the way. Great name.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
All right, I finished that one. I guess I might have to move on to something else then.
Really going to be real fun by the time the real party
It's
starts.
gonna be super
I know,
fun,
right?
baby. Just in time for the dance party, right? Just in time to like.
Right.
Oh, there you go.
I'll be
Okay.
ready for
All
that.
right.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
that's
Oh.
nice.
My God,
be ready.
where did you get those?
I only wish there was a I think there was alcohol involved when I purchased them. I have a feeling, because I don't really remember where I got them.
That makes
Those are awesome. I love that.
That's
That's really nice.
everything.
But
But we
the
will,
glasses-
to Julie, to your point, we are going to have a dance party this afternoon at 4. If you are interested in coming on to StreamYard, which is the platform that we're using here, so like joining us in the room to do our dance, I'm going to DJ it, so it's going to be good. But what I want is your song suggestions. Like, what do you want to hear today? What is going to get you through election day? So if you're in one of our streams, we're hosting watch parties in all the groups today. Give us your song suggestions and then let us know if you want to come up, because we're going to be having this conversation like all day long. So raise your hand, we'll get you a link, and we'll cycle you in.
Come join. If you want to go in your closet and pull out your sequins, if you have sequins, feel free. It
Hey,
is
it's the only time you're going to be wearing them for a while, let's face it.
Yeah.
Where else are you going to get dressed up? You haven't been dressed up since March, so come on.
Right.
It's true.
So,
It is not a requirement. You do not have to have on sequins, but if you, like Susan says, if you want to, you know, pull out that fun, funky thing, like Jennifer has on there, right, Jennifer?
Right? I mean, I haven't unearthed this since like New Year's of, I don't know, like 2010.
Something.
I don't know. Like it's been a while.
That's funny.
Okay, how's everybody else feeling today? Anyone inspired, feeling good, feeling anxious? What are we doing?
I'm excited. I really am. I think the early vote turnout being almost double what is considered to be normal, I think that's awesome. I really do. And I think that that's going to be a positive feather in our cap.
I 100%.
And I've seen here in Franklin County in Columbus area, I've seen various friends posting that actually went out to vote this morning. There have been lines everywhere. So people are still coming out in droves. And so that I think that's really, and these are not in areas like yours, Julie, but you know, and I do think that it's a really positive thing. So I'm just really excited. I'm anxious for the polls to close because I want to hear those first counts, and we'll just see.
Yeah. I was going to say, people who are watching, if in the chat, everybody could just say, what are you doing today? What is, are you just napping, curled up in a ball on the couch? Are you drinking? Are you texting your friends incessantly? Yeah.
Nancy says it's too early for her, but she's sipping with us in spirit.
That's okay.
That's the kind of
judgment
we need.
That's right.
I don't know if that means it's too early because it's noon, or is it too early like you're on the West Coast and it's only
There might be a time frame issue, right? Like,
yeah.
So,
because I'm not sure what that says about me if it's too early.
I know.
I'm not worried about it. We have
you the green light.
right?
Damn it, we deserve it. Look at all what we've been through, man. We deserve it.
True.
You deserve it.
To get to this day. Oh my God.
So for our ladies who are out there watching the groups, let us know. You can like in our chat or whichever, if you're giving out the link for people to pop in, because we don't have anybody coming in yet, but I see people that are saying they want to. So get that link out there and we'll swap some people out because we want to talk to y'all. We want to see how you're doing. If you're coming on, make sure there's not a lot of background noise because I have to tell you that or else my head will explode. But we will be great. So, I'm interested to bring up some other people. Here, hold on.
We want to meet people.
Great. Stress eating candy at work until 6.
Yes.
Like, I don't know who thought it was a good idea to have Halloween candy, like just readily available during this period of time.
Bad scene.
Bad.
No.
Bad scene.
They're little and it's just one. But anyways.
Yeah, it's a bad scene.
I know. I think I do have to be careful today. I have friends who said they were going to meet. There's an outdoor patio Mexican restaurant like at 5:00. And I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds great. I need a little girlfriend time, sit outside, socially distance. But I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. So I'm going to be a good girl for part of it. So.
Yeah, we're having some online parties afterwards. Well, after 5.
Right.
And then my college roommates who are all over the country, want like an anxiety cocktail thing later tonight. I'm like, I think I'll still be upright. I'm not sure, but I'm going to give it the old college try.
So, recommendation, disco nap. After this broadcast, before the next one, it's on theme.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So just like, and then, your anxiety, right, it gives you a little bit of a break in there. So I think that could work for you.
I feel like I might have to pretend like I'm back in college, because it's going to be a late night. So I kind of have to pretend I'm not in my 50s and that I can rally and like.
Right, because we could all be asleep by 3:00 if we, don't slow down.
That's right.
You might want to prepare that Gatorade. I mean,
Yeah,
right.
I really might want to do that. I hope y'all stocked up.
Yeah.
When you guys woke up, like, what was your first thought, like, when you opened your eyes this morning?
Oh my God, I can't believe it's this day.
Right? Like, we waited 4 years for this, right? Like, I can't believe that it is finally here.
Yes.
My first thought was crap because it was early and I knew I wasn't going back to sleep.
I know.
That's actually what mine was. It was the dog needed out. It was super early, but I knew as soon as I was like functionally awake, it was not gonna. There was no going back. So then it was immediately to Twitter and Facebook and making sure that everything was still happening and democracy was still functioning.
Although I will say I woke up. Okay, so I did wake up and look at my phone to see what time it was. And I was a little bit like, oh God. But I also had a text from a friend who was just saying thank you because she's just like, you've worked really hard for the last 4 years. And so I was like, so that's how I started my day. So that was actually very nice. A little early, but That was like the first thing I saw. So that was actually a very nice way to start my day. So thank you, Angela. I really appreciated that.
Yeah, my phone was so busy this morning. It's just like the same thing. Like, it's here. Congratulations. You've worked so hard. I mean, I heard from a ton of people this morning, like all over the country. My friend, Kristen was up in Oregon. I'm like, why are you awake? She's like texting me at, God knows what hour. I'm like, girl, you need to be asleep. But it's just been crazy. And then I've heard from my friends across the pond who still don't get the whole electoral college thing. And I don't either. But they're just like, we're watching America today, and we hope, democracy and sanity will be restored. So it's kind of interesting to see their perspective on all this.
So, everybody kind of crabs on the electoral college. The reason why it was created was to give everybody an equal vote. So instead of California always picking who was going to be the president, in terms of how we have our population now, it gives Rhode Island the same amount of power as a California or an Ohio or a Tennessee. That's what it was for. And theoretically, so that rich men couldn't overrun the presidency. Well, we've already screwed that part of it up. So, I don't know. But, so the electoral college, my kids used to have a board game that was the electoral college. How do you get to 270, to win?
Really?
And so it is a puzzle. And that's what I felt like in 2016 is that he won that game. He knew that he couldn't win certain big ones, but he could get a bunch of little ones, and those little ones add up just like the big ones do. And so that's how he did that. And that's how the popular vote doesn't count, and that does. So I don't know. I still have mixed emotions on that, because the way our population is not equal all over the place. And so you really literally would have the states with the huge population centers making all the decisions.
Well,
yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, California makes a lot of big decisions that I'd be okay with. So I'm not letting my power go, but like, there are more of them. And why should they have to? I mean, because it's about it's trying to wait out your state, right?
Yeah.
And I just think, like, if we do away with it, which I mean, I don't understand how we still have it. It's the most like wild thing in the world to me. But I think, people are worried that, okay, then all of the targets are going to be in these, in the West Coast and whatever. And I just don't think that's the case, because look how campaigns are doing now. Like, it's not just like, a lot of it is swing state focused, but it's just swing state focused. It's not like they're, campaigning in California.
Right.
Or campaigning.
They're not in Wyoming campaigning,
Right.
Right.
They're still only focused on.
It's just going to change. It's going to be,
which ones it is.
They'll campaign more in California and New York and Florida, but they're already campaigning in Ohio and Pennsylvania, so it's just weird.
Like, I'm pretty sure that at this point, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Dr. Jill all have like permanent residency in Pennsylvania. Like, I
was like, wait a minute.
There.
My question is, why did our home state celebrity, why was he in Pennsylvania instead of at the Cleveland one yesterday? That just really blew my mind, I was like, okay, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Why is Pennsylvania getting all of the attention? I feel like, the redheaded stepchild here.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting attention in Ohio. I mean, I will say we weren't supposed to be getting any attention. We were supposed to be
that's true.
Just completely written off. So, I mean, I think we should applaud.
Why do you think that is, Julie? Why do you think it is that Ohio is in play? Can we just explore that a little bit?
I heard about this group.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's all us, but like, literally, like, women are out here busting their ass. Like,
they are.
The people that are watching this stream right now, women are activated, women are pissed off, and women are taking action. And we have, I don't know what the numbers are because I don't pay attention to that part of the meeting, but we have reached so many women. You guys have reached so many women through things like Outvote, through this texting program, through sharing voter information and our content, not just through the app, but through social and whichever, and recommending it to your friends. I mean, I think, Julie, do you remember how many, like our last update, like how many people we have reached?
Oh, we have the ability to reach something like 260,000 people with our phone contacts. I mean, it's insane what we can do. Everybody out there who's been using Outvote, I just want to say thank you so much. We know that when you talk to people in your networks, people who know you, it's like 22 times more effective in a form of like, trying to get people to the polls and get them to vote and get them to listen about your candidates, just because obviously you listen to your friends, right? I mean, we're going to sit here all day for 5 hours and talk to each other, and it's going to be a blast. And you like hanging out with your girlfriends, you like talking to your girlfriends, and we listen to each other. So that, we have this amazing reach, and you guys have made such a big difference in Ohio. I mean, we've never seen a bigger gender gap in any election. So it's the ladies who are stepping up and making this difference. I mean, I've heard stories about women who are, turning their husbands who, maybe, yeah.
Well, I mean, he wasn't a voter, when we met, I told him, we've been together since 2016. I told him that, this is something that's important to me, and he's, okay. But this year, he really has seen what was at stake, what was important, and he knew that he had to be a part of that. And so we both early voted. All our kids early voted, and so he's on board. He's on board with you, and he's voted twice in his life now, the primary and now.
Wow,
that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, and there's so many of those stories. Like you get into these. The media always tells you get into the narrative of, oh, the electorate's fixed and people are so polarized. But we have within this group, within the Facebook groups in our community, the greater red, wine, and blue community, so many stories of people that have talked to folks that have changed their mind, right? Yeah. These women we're going to have women coming on in the 1:00 hour to talk about both of them changing their mothers, like after years and years and years, like this election, it's Jessica Hare's mother. And then I believe Megan's mother-in-law, Cindy. And, we've talked to these women, we've seen them change. And Jessica's talked a little bit about this video that we'll talk about in that hour, just to give a little bit of a preview. But we were running that as ads, and we see people comment, and it's like, never thought about it this way before. Like seeing that personal story from her not only changed her, her mother's perspective, but like thousands of women who also, I don't know how many, like that was the pivotal moment, but we had these comments from folks that really, really changed. And so I don't know, just if there is one reason for hope today, and there's one thing that's going to get me through, it's that, right?
Mm-hmm. So, and also, it's not too late for you to do that right now. If there's still somebody in your life who has not voted yet, and they're either undecided or, you think that you have even the least amount of opportunity to persuade them, do it. Polls don't close here in Ohio until 7:30. I don't know what the rules are for all the rest of the other states. That would be a good thing for you to go and look at our app, vinoyourvote.com. And, you can figure out, what you need to do, because we are not done with this election until every poll has closed in this country. So we've got time zones to consider and all of that, just because 7:30 here, that doesn't mean that's what's in Central. That's not in what's Pacific. So, we still have time to work on our persuadable friends and family.
Yep. I mean, just go start contacting your friend. I mean, have you voted? Just, prompt them. And I really do think, like you said, those personal stories that, why is this important to you? How is this going to impact your life? How is this going to impact somebody somebody that you care about, and share those stories with people. And that website we put up, the vinoyourvote.com, that is an amazing tool. And you can use that anywhere in the country. So if your cousin's in Florida, send it to them. If they're in a swing state, really send it to them.
You can get on the phone with your cousin in Florida right now. What are you doing here?
Yeah. But they can use that website. It's amazing. They literally can build their ballot from president all the way down to like their local and judicial races. And it's a tool that helps them see who's running. They can see their pictures. They can see what the people's stances on issues are, who's endorsed them. So they really can say, oh, I really like this person. And they're actually becoming educated voters. So it's a really great thing for people who haven't had time to research, or, it's a great way to push people. But no matter what you do, just push them and say, you have to go vote. This is important to me. This is why it's important to me. This is why it's important to your nephew or your granddaughter, or, whatever the case may be. Personal stories are just a huge impact. And that is what women do really well. We share those stories and we talk about what's important to us and why it's important to us. And, I know I've been impacted by those stories. I've been impacted by the stories you guys have shared on here. The story Jessica's going to come on and share at 1:00. It honestly just changed my life and my perspective on a lot of things. Everyone's experienced
this whole, he has changed everything. The fact that we are not in the same room together and that we are doing this virtually is a big deal. But, all three of my kids are recovering from COVID. So they're still in the recovery point where I can't be with them and they can't be with me, which kills our traditions. Right. My girls have always, when I've worked on campaigns and things like this, they've always got me a basket for election day and cards and flowers and all that. They couldn't do any of that this year because they're stuck at home in quarantine, getting rid of this crud. So, and I know that there are folks who have it a whole lot worse. So I some time together, relatively soon. But, this is just huge. I mean, I never even would have dreamed that we were doing this. We always used to laugh at the Jetsons because they had these TVs where and all that other thought.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Little did we know what this was really going to be like.
Judy,
oh my God. Okay.
I have an icon.
Judy Jetson. I had a Judy Jetson keychain.
Oh, hardcore.
Yeah. I'm really disappointed that we don't have a Judy Jetson. I mean, I thought by now.
I want Rosie, right? Was that the robot's name?
Rosie, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That technology.
That's what.
Right.
You can put on goggles and fight with stuff that's not really there, but we can't get a robot to clean the house. Like,
right. So yes, I would like a robot.
We got a Roomba now.
Somebody could work on that.
Yeah. So we got a Roomba. It's kind of a robot that cleans the house, but. Do you guys remember, I was going to say, I always have this really stark recollection of getting off. It's when I was a kid, my family liked Disney World, so we went a lot. And I remember getting off of Space Mountain and they had the Homes of Tomorrow and you got off. And I remember being fascinated by being able to video chat on a computer. I just was like thinking that was the most amazing futuristic thing. And Julie's right, is what our life is now. That's all.
Little did we know.
Julie, weren't you on like a little conveyor belt after you got out of the ride, right? And you stood on this conveyor belt and it took you past all those windows.
Yes, with all the windows. And I remember that they had the hydroponic vegetables, like, they had grocery delivery. This was my God. Like that was mind blowing. That was grocery delivery. I am so dating myself, you guys.
But I remember it too, so you're in good company.
I did too.
Okay.
Y'all had
at
Disney World? Brag.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, just I forget what I was going to say. Somebody else go. Election day. I'm tired. We have been working for a long time.
I know, man.
Top-notch content like this.
Indeed.
That's right. To your homes.
Well, and my son just sent me a note that he has, as of right now, but just officially been cleared to go outside.
Oh,
great.
1 down, 2 to go.
That's great.
Well, I was going to say, now think about it. I'm reflecting back, and this was like the 70s, I guess, when I was at Disney seeing that stuff. But you know, our kids are going to be like, "Oh wow, we get to go outside and play. We're not on a Zoom call anymore."
I know.
It's the world of tomorrow.
This real life teacher thing that I can see her in person.
Yeah, these like little, like my neighbor who's like a kindergartner, you know, this is the world he knows. This is his classroom. He's used to this. So it's going to be like mind blowing. His kids will be like, "Oh, I just remember being in school online. I don't remember."
Right. Yeah. Totally weird.
Yeah.
What is the world thinks, Trump? I mean, speaking of everything that we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Could have like bust out a COVID response.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Like, I don't know, like Jacinda in New Zealand, and everybody's in school and happy, and they haven't had a case in like 100 days or
yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Korea and Japan, like same thing. So.
Right. Which
Right.
is
I know, and I always think to myself, this is just kind of like the epitome of what an idiot he is, because I'm like, this was actually helpful for him. Like if he had actually done a good job, it would have helped him politically. Like people would have been more like, "Oh, okay." You know, so he tends to do stuff that just, I don't know what, he just shoots him. But I mean, he kind of like, you know, screws the things up for himself. Like he's just constantly doing things that are not really in his best interest. So yeah, to me, I don't understand how.
Makes me wonder if it's one of those weird, I went to Ohio State the first time I went to college. And so it just makes me wonder if it's one of those weird psychology experiments, you know, how they used to do things, because he really truly does go and do the opposite of what you think he would want to do if he really wanted to be popular. But then when he goes and does that thing, then he convinces his followers that that was actually the good thing. And those of us who are rational kind of sit back and go, "What?"
right.
Do you remember the Seinfeld bit where George Costanza did the opposite? Like, I'm going to do everything opposite. I'm going to read history. I'm going to and then like he did everything against his instinct, and he like got the girlfriend, got a new job with the Yankees. I mean, like everything started happening for him. And I feel that's like kind of like the presidency. Like, I'm going to do the complete opposite of logic, and I'm winning.
Yeah, but there's something like I kind of feel like Trump. I don't know. We're gonna have mental health experts and like people that actually know this shit on later on. Stick around for that because that's valuable. But it's definitely like the id of the macho douchebag guy, right? Like it's
man,
raw form of that, and I think that's why it appeals to so many. I mean, white dudes, but dudes in general, right? It's that thing, and it's just, but it's truly like if you took away any control whatsoever, I think you just get Donald Trump. Like it literally is like toxic masculinity in its most raw. You know?
For sure.
So, I mean, I just really, it's terrifying.
Well, he's a character. He's a character of like toxic masculinity.
Right.
I mean, he really is.
Right. It's
so when you think that, so you know, if you're kind of a mediocre dude who thinks he's a, you know,
the shit
dog, you emulate that because he seems that way, even though the rest of us are like, what's going on here? You know, it's like it's like
there are people that
opposite world.
Men.
Yep.
There are women that date those men.
Yeah. Yes, there are.
A little bit. No.
There, and I don't understand that either. I don't. Yeah.
No. Like, no shade, but shade.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying not no shade.
Michelle says he literally does the opposite of everything he should be doing. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing as I said was like, you know, the COVID relief. Like we were working with them. The Democrats were working. Democrats passed a bill. If he had passed COVID relief, if he had given people money, if he had helped save businesses in his political interest to have a good economy.
Get it, man.
Can't do that. You know, I was like, it's like literally the opposite of anything that would have been helpful. And that's what I don't understand, because he's such a narcissist. You think he would at least recognize that, oh, this would be good for me. Who cares about the rest of the country? would be good for me if I did this. So yeah, I fail to understand that, but I think that just shows me that he really has no idea what he's doing in any realm. So should never have been elected president.
Do you remember like back when Alex Jones was a big thing, but like the people, you know, the birth of Q and all, I mean, that's a whole other conversation, but like the joke was, the meme was about like the lizard people, right?
Yeah.
I just up, right? Like maybe Alex Jones was onto something and we're gonna we do it at the end and it's really, it was a lizard the whole time. It really was. And then Alex Jones ascendant. So
That I believe.
Well, honestly, if you look at the people he is now surrounded with, right? I feel like that is what it is. I mean,
so Bill Barr is a lizard person.
Oh, God, yeah.
That's so on his birth certificate.
And Jared Kushner's Creature of the Black Lagoon.
Oh my God. DNA test turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they may have started off with people who were like career people who were like, I'm going to stand by and try to do the right thing for the country. But, you know, they've all dropped off. So now we just
failed. Yeah.
It's just the lizard people left running our country. That is not a good visual. Like in my head now, that's what I've seen. So
And they stuff their tails into their trousers. Like it's hiding for sure.
I know. I mean, that's the other thing too, is, you know, the level of incompetency and the people who don't know what they're doing is just insane. I mean, how many times you guys, okay, I'm a little bit of a Twitter fiend, which I know is a bubble. I shouldn't be in there listening to all that. But I mean, how many times you get in there and you just hear,
we're not going to throw shade on Twitter.
Okay.
Come on.
I'm just saying, you get on there and it's just like, it's like every day there is somebody else in the administration who has made some dumbass statement, either showing they don't know what they're talking about in their position or offending somebody. I mean, it's incredible the level of incompetency that you were able to gather into these positions of power. It's just insane to me.
Right.
You know, it was the New York Times, the first I think it was in the first tax story. And it was the opinion piece about after the election. I think that ran last week. What do we do after the election? How it's going to go. And there was a part in there about recounting the how they tried to teach him like to read his daily briefings. And they knew he wasn't going to, and by the way, Barack Obama was up till like 2 a.m. every morning reading these 4-inch binders, right? This guy can't read. He doesn't read it. So then they went to a PowerPoint and then that didn't work. And then they went to a PowerPoint with pictures.
Yes.
And that didn't work. And then they wove in like compliments into the PowerPoint.
Right.
Like, you're a great guy. Put up a little picture of him. And he was like calling Sean Hannity during these national security briefings, just like picking up the phone, calling people, completely distracted. I mean, that's so if you vote for him, you're voting for that. And I will never understand, you know, there's like the icky, awful person, but then there's the level of incompetence that's just so dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? We could end that today.
Yeah.
Finally.
So
oh my God. But think about that. Like, we really, I mean, we have to get to inauguration or whatever. We know that the winter's going to be dark, kids. But, you know, we could end like, oh my God.
Our nightmares could be over, kind of.
What, the long national nightmare
Is over. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said, I don't know if it was on one of our shows or I read somewhere, I've lost track because there's too much information, but somebody made the point that if Joe Biden wins, like he starts to get security briefings right away. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking about that.
Yeah, that was Connie.
you know he's gonna listen. Like he will immediately start getting if he's president-elect, he can start getting the exact same stuff that Trump is getting and not reading. So
Yeah.
a functioning adult somewhere close to the presidency who is aware of what's going on. So that makes me feel very hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. That was a little dose of, that was quite the pick me up, I will say, last night. Didn't you feel better after that?
Yes.
Yes.
I did. Definitely.
I live for Connie Schultz.
I know.
When we were
Oh,
talking
that's what it
about
was, Connie. I'm so sorry, Connie. I knew I heard it and I've had too much information in my head to remember where I heard it.
how dare
Same.
you.
But see, I remembered it. And it drilled into my head. I remembered it. So
yeah. We always joke, and by we, I mean me and Liz, about Connie and Sharon. You know, that's the joke, right? They're our mom and dad in Ohio, or, you know, whichever. And it's just like, who better? Who do you want to hear from? I want to hear from mom and dad. Come tell me it's gonna be okay. And like Connie, I don't, you know, my goal when I started working for Red, White, and Blue was to meet Connie Schultz, right? Like it was the only reason I was here. Let's be real. Just but terrible. Like I think she's so cool and amazing and whatever, fangirl, yeah. But now, like, that she's come on a couple times and I've gotten to talk to her, and just being able to have her last night, and it's really like the weird emotional like trance she puts me in when she's sitting here talking about it's going to be okay. I'm like, yes, yeah. Why can you tell me that and nobody else can, and I actually can absorb it? Like, bottle that, distill it, and sell it, girl, because I will buy it.
Yeah, 100%. You seem very calm talking to her. I got to spy on you talking to her pre-show last night. So I mean, you met her a couple of times now. Yeah, you guys were having a really nice conversation. You were getting that mom, you know, advice given to you. And she was complimenting your wall color choice. So
well, as anyone should expect.
Yes, I always appreciate it's funny whenever we have her on and then I share the event around like all the different Facebook groups. It's always people going, oh, I so need to come to this. I so need to come to this. Like everyone just thinks she is just such a calming force. So she's always welcome to come on and talk to us. You're right. We need the mom and dad of Ohio to come and calm us down.
Hey, Katie, are you ready for me to pull you on? You want to come up, hang out? I can't. You're smiling, so I'm just gonna pull you up.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi.
How's it going, everybody?
Whether you're ready to come on or not. Oh, I thought that was your pink wine tumbler. That is.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm rocking a lot of pink today. I've got my Probably wine for my coffee.
Available at
I've got my water. I've got my wine tumbler over there. I'm ready. I'm so ready. You guys, I have been like all up in the Facebook groups this morning, and it's never been more inspiring. Like it's always been, you know, all of these places have always been just unusually supportive and just different for that. You know, people are always saying like, this is so much different than other spaces I experience on Facebook. You know, women from different political backgrounds, from all different places. And that's a common thing you hear, but like women I've never seen commenting before, talking about like, I got my husband. He's a lifelong Republican.
Right.
And, like, I got his vote, you know? It's like these last minute, like breaking news posts, you know, and other women who it's their first time voting for a Democrat. Like, it's just so crazy. And then just the celebration of sisterhood of all these women who never knew each other before the 2016 election. Everyone has been on a journey. Yes. Everyone, no matter what your political background was, whether you always voted Democrat, you always voted Republican, you were all over the map. And I just love how, I think one of you guys were saying, you know, just like tripping up this media narrative of like total polarization. Moms ain't got time for that.
Not at all.
We're changing minds, changing diapers. That's the kind of, again, quality content you get here at RWB.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Katie, it's 1:00, so I think the plan is
Jessica and Megan here?
Yeah, Jessica and Megan. They're backstage, so I'm gonna pull all of these lovely sequined ladies out, and we're gonna go into the 1:00 hour, y'all.
Okay, I'm super excited for this combo.
All right, bye, y'all. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. And oh, wait, me.
Here I am. Okay, Megan, Jessica, here we go.
Hi. Get the memo about the sequins, or I would have tried.
You know,
nor did I.
That's totally my fault because I told you guys to come on, and I was late to getting the memo. Like this was a very last minute. Anyway, it's okay.
Hey, we're rocking the blue, Jess. We've got the blue.
We sparkle on our own, right?
You do. You're shiny people.
I did make sure to wear blue. And I know it's so dark in here. All right. Sorry. I digress.
It's all right. I can see you. So I wanted to ask you two on in particular, because we do have all these inspiring stories coming up about the influence of women and moms on family members and, you know, close friends. But sometimes these family relationships can be, it's like the most intense, right? Because like, you know, especially for moms who like rely on parents for support with childcare, you know, it's just like, this can be difficult territory to navigate. But I thought that it would be really cool to have the two of you on because Megan, you have had this experience, and I think it sort of happened over time with your.
It was a gradual affair.
Yeah, like right. So with your mother-in-law Cindy, who much of America got to know recently when you and I.
She's very popular now.
And Cindy, you and I and a few other ladies went on MSNBC and shared some stories about women coming together to create change. And, you know, Cindy is a really, really interesting because she's a, you know, evangelical Christian, works at her church, and has had, I loved when you told me like, yeah, basically I make contributions to Planned Parenthood every month and she protests the Planned Parenthood. I mean, that's like the ultimate like polarization setup you could think of, but yet you and your husband and others in your family with love and patience, and she's so happy to be where she is now. That's amazing, Megan. How does it feel to know that she voted for Joe Biden?
This woman's my hero now. It's incredible. So many people, you hear the classic monster-in-law stories, and that just breaks my heart because I feel so fortunate to know this woman. She's incredible. And it takes a lot for someone in their 60s or 50s or 40s or whatever who's been voting one way and you've lived this way. This is part of your identity. These are your people, to shift around and say, maybe these aren't my people. Maybe I need new people because they don't think that other people are people. Wow. And so she's had this enormous change of her mindset, but not her heart. Her heart has always been very people forward and very progressive and loving and protecting, like very protective of children and women. And she goes to court to help women who have been convicted of sex crimes, like of sex work crime. And she helps to rehabilitate them. Like she's very hands-on. She's her fingers in all of the pies, just trying to make the world a better place. And it took a lot of conversations between me and her and my husband to sit her down and say, so here's the thing. You're a Democrat. You just don't know it yet.
You may have never, ever, ever voted that way, but we are going to have a talk.
Yes. And just kind of pulling out those policies and pulling out platforms and saying, okay, just take this quiz. Take like a Vino your vote type. Where do you line up?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing because I think that for her, the issue of abortion, the issue of race, it was actually thinking deeply about those issues that led her to a totally different place, you know, supporting Joe Biden in 2020. And you hear about her background, and that's just not what, you know, the media narrative or anyone would suspect that change would ever be possible, that even conversation in those spaces would be possible.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just know that can be a stressful place to navigate, but you approached it with graciousness, and that's just not always easy. And I think sometimes you have to give yourself a break from it. But just hearing what is possible, I think is really inspiring. Jessica, we need your brief side again. Yes. Yes.
Everyone.
Now, you guys, I know. Connie told us we should do it. Let's just do it right now. Let's take a deep breath in. And out. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Jessica, first of all, I do have you guys videos I want to queue up that are relevant to both of your stories. First, like Megan, I have one of the clips from MSNBC where both you and Cindy share a moment. And then Jessica, I have your video that you made of your story and Declan's story, your son, that had an impact on your mom. So actually, why don't we just go ahead and show those. Yeah, Megan, let's share that MSNBC clip since we just heard this story with Megan.
Cindy, you're still heavily involved in your church. What are you doing sitting here messaging for Joe Biden? What changed your mind?
After the catastrophe of the Trump administration, I knew I couldn't vote for him again, but my alternative was a Democrat, and the abortion thing was really a big deal for me. But after looking at the way abortion works, the president is not going to end it tomorrow. So because of people like Megan and my boys and their wives, they have been just encouraging me to look at other ways and opening my eyes.
Megan, but you were also raised conservative Christian. What changed your mind?
Digging a little bit deeper and getting to know other people's perspectives has been so important. I think realizing that my viewpoints are only confirmed by what I had been watching on television, the kind of people I've been talking to, and that correlation is not necessarily causation, especially on topics like the abortion issue. I think it's so important for people to get to talk to people who have more experience and perspective than they do.
One thing I hear from a lot of suburban women too is kids. They look at Donald Trump and the impact that has. How many of you, for you, your kids were a critical factor in deciding how to vote? Everybody.
Oh, shit. Trying to move my chair, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I love that with both of you getting the opportunity to share in that way, Megan. I'm sure you probably never expected to be in that situation.
I never expected her to come out like that and just lay it all out there, because abortion is a very sensitive topic for my mother-in-law, and she's very staunch pro-life. She's actual pro-life. She's not like pro-birth, pro-life.
Yeah.
So there's like a different side of that coin. And it's been really hard for her to come around to that. But we had this whole conversation, like, how long ago was Roe versus Wade? How many Republican presidents have we had since then? None of them have been able to change it. Like, this is not how it's going to happen. It's not going to happen with one president. And if that's the single issue on which you're voting, we need to adjust priorities.
Wow. I mean, not only that, though. I mean, when I spoke to her on the phone for the first time, Megan, she told me, she said, I've realized that Republicans are using this as a political issue, as a way to raise money. You know, in fact, there's less abortions under Democratic presidents than Republicans. I mean, this woman did the work. Like, it was just so inspiring. Really, really.
I really loved it. It was very cool to see her kind of look around and say, oh, so wait a minute. This is actually what they define as a late-term abortion. That doesn't seem like what an abortion would be. And this is how these things are figured out. And just, it was very cool to see her correlate those things a little bit on a deeper and bipartisan scale.
Yeah.
And just have that open mind. Jessica, did you have a familiar situation with your mom?
No, not at all. My mom actually has been pretty pro-life. Pro-choice for years. And she also is, same though as your mother-in-law, like, cares about people, wears her heart on her sleeve. I know she was telling Katie the other day that, you know, she's a typical Republican, and what she even said was, we care about lining our pockets and, you know, all of these things. My dad's owned his own business for as long as I've been alive. And so he's been a small businessman. So I always understood them coming from that perspective, and like less regulation and things like that when they were, you know, thinking about the small businessman and all of that. But I'm the last of 4 kids, and I was the one who was growing up and always like, you can't say that. You can't, like, you know, I was politically correct before I guess it was a thing. And I saved pieces of paper when I was in elementary school because I thought that I would hurt its feelings. Like, I've always been very empathetic and caring. And my mom even told Katie, like, Jessica's always been all about the people, even the paper. But so it's just, I don't know where I came from in this, like, where I came from versus everyone else in my family. And then I went away to college. I moved to Boston after college, and I met my husband in college. And, you know, I mean, he grew up in a village in Ohio, very small. And, you know, we just saw how the world worked. And, you know, then when we had our son, we moved back to Ohio and we had our son, and that was like complete switch for us. I mean, we'd been Democrats, but we never really saw how other people had to live, you know? I mean, you grow up in this privileged middle class home, and you go to college and that's the way you are. And, you know, we got thrown into this world of Medicaid and, you know, regulation, all these other things. Like, our son has a genetic disorder, which we didn't know until he was 7 months old, actually. So, you know, he was born and we had no idea. And it was I mean, no one knew. They thought he had a stroke. We thought, you know, we didn't know if he would make it.
Jessica, should we show your video?
Because yeah, that's a good idea.
You just did such an amazing job telling the story.
I can tell it, yeah.
Well, and you know, because you were so generous in sharing like videos and pictures from, you know, Declan's life, I think that it came out really beautifully. So we're going to share this video. This is the video that Jessica made and that way over 250,000 Ohioans have actually seen in the last couple of weeks. And the comments have been amazing in reaction to the ad, the influence it's been having on people. And we actually know a really important person was influenced by this video too, and it was Jessica's mom. So Bev, why don't you play it?
I grew up in a conservative Republican family, but it's only because of things like the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid that my son is alive. I had a typical pregnancy, but when Declan was born, Code Pink went out over the system. They rushed us to Cleveland Clinic main campus, and there we stayed. Declan didn't get diagnosed until he was 7 months old, when we were told we could only expect to have him for a year. This year, Declan turned 8. He's a typical third grader, dinosaur-loving, math-hating kid. But he requires things like a wheelchair, a speaking device. He has a trach, a ventilator, and a G-tube. His entire life is a pre-existing condition. Without the Affordable Care Act, my husband and I would have been bankrupt long ago. Declan would have reached his lifetime and annual limits within his first year of life. Without the ACA, my family has no options. Please vote. Please help keep our son and kids just like him alive and thriving.
God, that one came through the heart every time.
I know.
I'm used to my own story by now.
Yeah. So Jessica, you've been working on your mom for a long time.
Yeah.
Your mom, who has been a part of Declan's life every step of the way. And, you know, who has been back and forth with you over politics. And it's been a painful thing in your family.
Yeah.
But you recently shared, I actually learned from your posts in our Facebook groups, you know, like you shared the text exchange with your mom of her saying, okay, Jessica, I'm going to vote for Declan, and saying that it was that video that did it too, which I think probably, well, I don't know. How did it feel to receive that message?
So to be honest, so about a month ago, she texted me and said, okay, you win. And he said, I decided I'm going to vote for Declan. So I was like, oh, great. And then we talked after the vice president debate, and she said, I just don't think I can do it. I might not vote this year.
Right.
And I lost my mind and said, don't ever tell your daughter that you're going to vote for her son and then change your mind. Like, that's not okay. And then she saw this video and she texted me again and said that she was going to vote for Declan. And
which means voting for Biden, to be clear. In Jessica's family, voting for Declan means
correct. Yeah.
Voting for his health care, voting to protect him.
Yes. And she called and talked to my husband, and he talked to her for a long time about it. And, you know, she brought up her points, and my mom isn't as informed, Megan, as your mother-in-law. My dad is very right-wing, very not so much conspiracy theory, but just he's a huge Trump fan. He's always been a huge Trump fan, and nothing you can say will change his mind. It's been hard.
But you stayed in it. You stayed in that conversation.
So she has that. Yeah, and my mom is the only person in my family willing to have the conversations with me. So, I mean, just that is a starting point. And I know that she wants to know, wants to hear it. And she texted me this morning and said, we're on our way and good luck today. And, may the best man win. And, but yeah, I mean, at least I got one.
Yes.
I'm in the same boat, Jessica. I'm in the exact same boat. My mother-in-law was the only one willing to have the conversation. There was even a little tension after the MSNBC thing. But it's worth noting that I have 1 out of 6. I have 4 parents of my own and my husband's parents, and I got 1. But I got 1.
Yep.
We still don't know how my father-in-law voted, because he was very like Trump for economic reasons.
Yes, my dad.
Okay, sure. And my mother-in-law looked at him and she said, "Dawn, you're the only one not on the boat. You're the only one in this family who is not on the boat." But then when it came down for them to send in their absentee ballots, she asked him who he voted for, and he said, "It's private. Who I voted for is private."
Yeah, you hear that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. You ladies have no idea the ripple effects of, your willingness to have these conversations, though, that it has, on others, whether through social media or directly through the influence you're having on your parents and the conversations that they're having. Jessica, your voice has been amplified in some pretty big ways in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
And it's powerful stuff. And I'm so grateful for both of you for being willing to use your voices in this way. I mean, I honestly believe this is how change happens. You guys, we have another woman on who actually comes from our network as well. Her name is Sophie. I wanted to bring up because she convinced both of her parents, I have just learned, Sophie, I don't know the backstory. You're going to have to share it. Sophie, I understand that both of your parents supported Trump and you got them to support Biden in 2020. Tell us what happened.
Wow.
Yes. Well, both my parents voted Trump. And what's interesting is that my father went to law school with Hillary. Wow. And so they were lifelong friends. And he had decided somewhere in their friendship that no, I'm gonna go down with Trump. And I had known Trump when I was a teenager, and he is everything that they say that he is. He hit on me.
Oh my
God. He basically was racist then. He was a slime ball then. And he has just magnified everything that people have said about him. And my parents know this. So it was very odd to me that they had decided to all of a sudden switch and became pro-Trump. And I asked them, is it economic? Is it no? We just, we need something new. We need to change things up. He's not a politician. And I said to my father, he's a bad businessman. My father's a retired judge, law professor, and he dealt in real estate transactions. He was a real estate attorney. So he knew he was a bad businessman as well. And I said, if this is who you decide to support, I don't understand. And they decided this is who they're picking. And okay. And I got COVID back in March. And I became a long hauler. And when I got sick, I was working and I worked through COVID and I got laid off. or furloughed, and was going to lose my health insurance. And when I got COVID, my brother's a nurse, and he gets 1 mask a week. And I decided to buy 200,000 masks to support our nurses who did not have masks. So I kind of started a movement in order to support them. And it's called Sophie's Butterfly Effect. And so you can get a mask anywhere, but this way your mask goes to directly benefit a teacher or a nurse who gets one for free. And I was going to lose my health insurance, and I needed the Affordable Care Act just like Jessica does. And I've been left with arrhythmias for my heart, seizures.
Oh my God.
And I went to my parents and I said, you can't do this to me. You can't do this, not just to me, but to millions of people. He is letting this thing run rampant. He is annihilating our society. And he's doing it without firing a shot, without building camps. This virus targets African American, Hispanic, and people who have pre-existing conditions. And he doesn't have to do anything except let it spread. And that is exactly what he's doing. And he's taking away our protections in order to contain it. And I called my mom and I said, I'll never forgive you. If you do this, I will never forgive you. And what breaks my heart is that I could not change my husband's mind. And he went to vote today, and before I left the house, I said, please, I'm begging you, vote Republican and all the other side. But please don't do this. And I swear it's the one person that I really, besides my parents, wanted to flip out of loyalty to me.
Yeah. So Sophie, what did that feel like when your mom said, yeah, Sophie.
Sorry.
Are you kidding? We do feelings here. The feelings are welcome here. You're fine. Good girl. Yeah. What did that feel like when your mom told you that she was going to vote for you?
It just joy.
Yeah.
Just sheer joy.
Yeah.
She said that they made the biggest mistake.
Wow.
And if she could just roll it back, she could just undo. Maybe I never would have gotten COVID, and she feels responsible for me being sick now.
Yeah.
And if she could take that bullet, she would.
Yeah.
And
so
the good thing is that at least it led me to a place where I can help people, at low cost, KN95 masks, and I get to help, people be safe in an environment where we're just not safe anymore.
I mean, Sophie, look what you've done, what you've done with this journey, and yes, you have convinced both of your parents, which I think is so significant in terms of for our country, but for you, as a part of this journey. And that sounds really hard about your husband, and that journey will continue, but just, I mean, when I hear this story, there's just so much hope. And the fact that all of these things happen to you and you received them rather than just, being angry and mad and, because that's a lot to take on in the world, And I feel that way about all of you. Megan, you could have lost patience with your mother-in-law a long time ago. Jessica, you could have, absolutely just been like, okay, I need the childcare, but I'm just not engaging on this anymore. Right. And let's be clear. Sometimes we have to disengage. This is really hard work, and we have to know our barriers, right? In order to be able to go back in and keep doing the work. You are not expected to do anything more than that. And
it's so hard. You just have to keep in mind, like, yes, some Trump supporters cannot be reasoned with. They just can't be reasoned with. However, there are the ones who can. Take steps back, drink your water, get your sleep at night, know your boundaries, take care of your mental health, right? And
self-care.
And chip away. Just chip away slowly. That's really all we can do is just deep breaths, water, sleep, chip away.
That's right. Deep breaths, water. You know, I've been talking a lot.
So,
in 2020.
it's Sophie's butterfly effect. I called it Sophie's butterfly effect. I'm named after my grandmother.
Yeah.
And that woman had 400 people at her funeral.
Wow.
And that was in the 1970s. And it's because one small action can lead to a larger action and a ripple effect. And, you know, the one thing, the reason why this whole group resonated with me, and I was invited by my friend's mother. So it's a weird way that I got to this group. It wasn't through my mother, or, you know, it was my gay friend's mother who I'm close with, who got me into this group. And I was so happy to be a part of it, because it's just such a tremendous thing that we as women who make up most of the workforce, who do so much more, who asked for more when we already took care of the family and we already did so much. And that's what we as women do. We take on more because we can do more.
Well, Sophie, you have certainly shown that, and you have modeled that. Thank you for popping in and for asking this question. Really, we're so glad that you were able to join us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Megan and Jessica, I'm going to ask you guys to help me actually welcome our next guest, because you have been hard at work this election cycle, and I think that you deserve this, ladies. Will you help me welcome Alyssa Milano onto the stage?
Hi, Alyssa.
Hey! I heard there was a dance party.
Oh, that's later.
Well,
but
then,
welcome.
Then I'm gonna have to come back.
There's a dance party. We're having a drag queen later on. You have come into, like, we need your vibe.
You know what?
Because we have been.
All bets are off on election day. I approve of all of it. Have you started drinking yet?
Oh, there's all kinds of mimosa action. Just
oh yeah. See, I haven't started yet because I actually have to speak for the rest of the day. Like, I have appearances lined up, so I'm like.
I don't know. The last time we got together, you were drinking squirt and tequila the entire time, and
have you tried it yet?
It's good.
I don't have access to squirt that I know of, but
it's like a sidebar Paloma.
I feel like you could probably get a case of squirt from Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, right. The internet.
And I mean, I would go to a local store first, obviously, because we don't want to give Jeff Bezos any more money.
Yeah.
But if you can't find it there, you could probably. And I'm telling you, squirt any silver tequila and a little bit of lime.
Oh, lime is key.
Lime is so good. How's everyone doing today?
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, so Megan and Jessica were on. You guys, I'm echoing. Are you guys hearing my echo, or is it okay?
It might be me. I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
Okay. Might be.
Hold on.
I think that did just get better. Awesome. Amazing. Okay.
Yay.
So,
Did that get better?
Megan and Jessica are on because they have these amazing stories. They flipped their mom and mother-in-law from being Trump supporters in 2016 to supporting Joe Biden in 2020.
That's amazing. Hold on.
I know, right?
I'm just plugging in my headphones. Wow. That is pretty. How did you do that?
Slowly and with patience.
So mostly with the help of red wine and blue and video production.
But really, though, like, you have to tell me what you said. Like, what was the breaking point for them? Was there
It's
one
never
issue
one
where-
thing. There's back and forth and patience. It's like, Alyssa, this is like seriously, like, there's never. You know?
Yeah, you have to take it issue by issue, and you have to take it slowly. Change like that doesn't happen with one conversation, you know.
But
You have
what was the issue where they were like, you know what, you're right? Was
my
it the
mother-in-law with abortion? It was definitely talking about abortion. She's very pro-life, and she wanted some kind of confirmation, like, okay, the current Republican president can't change this. Thank goodness. So what else can be done here? What is abortion defined as? What counts under this umbrella? And how can I actually make a difference? As we mentioned before, there are fewer abortions under Democratic presidencies than there are under Republican presidencies because there's better education and better resources.
And also, what about like, I don't know how people can like separate that issue with the children who are separated from their parents and the immigration issue of putting kids in cages. Like, that should all fall under the same umbrella, and for some it just doesn't. But I will say I've had the most success in talking to people about abortion when you sort of divert to well, you know, what about the kids that are in cages? What about the kids that we, under our name, with our tax-paying dollars, separated from their parents? And so, well, I'm proud of you guys. Good for you.
I think ultimately it's true. The voters who say that it is about abortion for them, if they have that more holistic pro-life view and there's an opening for a conversation there, I think that opening becomes bigger and bigger and bigger if you're willing to walk through it and do the work and have that conversation. There's others who are just, you know, it's like, it's just so political for them. That's just what they've decided. It's a way to end a conversation, not ever start one. But, you know, I think that
I've had no success converting anyone in my family who might be Trump supporters because they're so much into like the stock market and the economy and like this sort of very almost machismo projection of what masculinity looks like, and so it's been really hard for me, you know, and I'm trying to teach my kids that just because someone is a Trump supporter, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad person. And that's been really hard because I'm not sure I believe that myself.
This is the exact conversation we're going to have in a couple of hours. My mother-in-law is a child psychoanalyst, actually, and like this is a real thing so many women as moms are struggling with. This is exactly what we're going to talk about. I struggle with too. My kindergartner asks me questions in this topic that I just feel like I don't answer that well.
Well, it's hard. Like, we went to, we made the decision to allow Milo to, and this was not an easy decision, but to go to his baseball tryouts. You know, I'm very close to my parents who are in their 70s. So for us, the pandemic is a really big issue. And we've still been homeschooling, even though our schools are open, because I'm just so terrified of my parents getting sick. And so we let him go. And there was one of the dads on, you know, whose kid was trying out with a Trump shirt on. And so, like, you don't want to sort of instill so much into your children that they have an aversion to some kid because their parents are wearing a Trump shirt. You know, it's so complicated.
It really is.
We've been having a lot of conversations about, like, you know, people believe different things, and it's, you know, certain people have different religions, and that's okay, and you know, and ideology and political ideology is similar in that, and it's hard.
Yeah, totally. All right, but here's the thing. This is the message I want everyone watching to take from Megan and Jessica before you guys go. Just like the power of using your voice, that influence that you do have. Beth, pop up on the screen. If people are not using our app yet, you still can. We have content in there that is helpful. If you have, look, I know it's election day, if you have friends who are still kind of on the fence a little bit, in Ohio, those voters are actually out there. We had a massive independent vote in 2016 that is swinging our way in 2020. It could make the whole difference. In Ohio, it is going to be close. And in so many other states, because I know we've got ladies watching from so many other important swing states too, it's going to be close. That one conversation actually could make a difference. And also, those people who are just like, it's fine, I'm not going to vote, it's just politics. Like, you have realized that it really matters. So please, 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 whether you do it through the app or just like get out your phone, like text anyone, go through your contacts, start scrolling through your contacts and think about who could just use a little loving nudge. And don't worry about being annoying. It's election day. Like,
absolutely.
And
shame is the best thing about this app.
Shaming people is totally permissible on election day.
It really is. The best part about this app is that if you sync it with your contacts, you can filter out the people who haven't voted yet, who might need to go out and vote. So get to your Democrats and say, hey, do you need me to watch your kids for a minute while you go vote? Or go to the undecided people.
Brilliant.
And say,
But I will say this also is that what I want to remind everybody is it is election day. And I know it seems like we have all the time in the world because we've been fighting so hard for the last 4 years, but we don't. We have just hours. So if you think your time is better spent trying to get out the votes that we know we have that might just need that extra push to the Democrats that maybe don't have childcare today or can't figure out how to get off work or whatever it is. I mean, I've been telling people to focus on the votes that we know we have and getting those out than trying to change hearts and minds. Because let's be honest, if they haven't figured it out after 4 years, after kids in cages, after stripping away LGBTQ plus rights, I mean, if they haven't figured it out at this point, the lies, the disrespect, it might be too late today. So I'm like, that's what I'm doing today. I'm phone banking all of my friends that show up in my app, my Vote Joe app, as they haven't voted yet, and I'm going to just call all of them to make sure they get out.
Yep, absolutely. And just sometimes I think people think like, oh no, they probably all have voted. Like, you'd be surprised, actually. Remember how full people's lives are, so seize the opportunity.
I was stunned. I looked at this app the first time maybe 8 weeks ago, and it sort of made sense. Like, people that hadn't voted, I was like, oh, well, they have 4 kids, and it's, they'll probably figure it out on a Saturday or something. They'll early vote. But I looked again the night before last night.
Yeah.
There were so many people who still hadn't voted where I was like,
yes,
I hope they're going on election day.
Did that make you nervous? I looked at that this morning and I was so nervous to see the swath of people that haven't voted yet.
Of course, because then you go, okay, so they're going to go today. The lines are going to be crazy. Are they going to stay on the line? Which, by the way, everyone needs to stay online, bring a snack. If the line is long, you can contact Pizza to the polls, and they will deliver a pizza right to the line, which is amazing. And, you have every right to vote and stay online even after the polls close. If you are online before the polls closing, you can stay online and vote. And we need every single person to vote.
Totally.
Especially in a state like Ohio, which really is critical.
Yes. All right, Megan and Jessica, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you don't mind me having this surprise guest pop up. Alyssa, I'm going to have you stay just for a few more minutes that I think we have you. Okay. Is it feeling different to you? You are someone who has been engaged for a long time. You were super engaged in 2016 too. Yeah. This is the question I'm asking to women like you today. Does it feel different than you felt then? Do you think, what are you hearing from the same people who you were connected, or how has your network changed? Is it different?
So it feels like there's more at stake, obviously. Because let's face it, like from Obama to Hillary, like we all kind of got lazy, I feel like. We thought that she would win. We thought that there was no way Trump was going to win. So, and that didn't seem like such a stark difference. But now that we understand the stakes, it feels like, from someone that has campaigned and canvassed, and it feels very just scary. Just to know that if this weren't to go our way, and I don't trust any of the polling, and I'm sure that's why you're asking, because the polling looked very similar in 2016. But here is what I keep telling myself, and I really think this is true. We won the popular vote by many millions of votes in 2016. He hasn't chipped away at that. It's not like more people are going to be voting for him after all of this heartache. So I don't think he's grown his base at all. And I think, if anything, these early voters, what we're seeing is that is going to be the shift in the numbers. And we have to tell everyone, and please, throughout your day today, tell everyone that nobody is allowed to go on Twitter and claim that they're victorious. Hold on, I'm getting a tissue. And claim that they are victorious, because we have to count every single vote. That's what we do in a democracy. We count every single vote, and every vote counts. So I would please just hit on that all day, that Trump is not allowed to go on Twitter and say, I've won, and the Democrats are trying to. No, this comes down to election officials that declare a winner. Yeah. And so we have to be a little patient, because I don't think all the votes are going to come in or are going to be counted probably well into tomorrow, maybe even Thursday. Yeah. So we're gonna have to be patient. And we are not, I've been telling everybody to use the hashtag count every vote, and then also the hashtag every vote counts, so that, so that he doesn't get away with claiming victory. And then, the entire country is put in a state of chaos. And so that is the most important thing that I could leave you with today. And if you could continue to remind your viewers, because I know you're going to be here all day, that we have to be patient, and we're not going to know tonight, and that we have to make sure every single vote is counted, because in a democracy, that is what we do.
That's right. And this is not his to decide. I'm actually counting on him, I think, to declare victory.
Yeah, me too.
On Twitter.
But did you see yesterday that Twitter said that they won't allow him to do that? They will put a warning on on his tweet. If he goes on Twitter and says I've won, that they're going to put a warning and say AP, that this has not been confirmed. So do not buy into this.
I wish they could have had that on every tweet of his entire presidency from day one.
I know they were a little late to it, but I think they've in the last few weeks have done a better job at least labeling the tweets that are misleading. Yeah. Well, and so are you hearing anything about any sort of things on the ground in Ohio that are troubling?
There has been some just at the polls, machines not working and such, but there are paper ballot backup situations. I'm hearing that there's really strong turnout in the places that we hope there will be strong turnout. My husband helps run voter protection in Cuyahoga County, which is where Cleveland is, and where they count on the driving up those blue votes. And I'm hearing good things out of there so far. I will be annoyingly texting him throughout the day for updates. But honestly, it's been quiet so far. So I'm hopeful, and it's a beautiful day, and that's good. We want people to vote. That is good. It is. It's the most beautiful day we've had in a week.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes me happy. Yeah. That was a little gift from God, right?
Yeah, it was. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Because that's the thing. We did not need. I wonder how Michigan and Wisconsin and those states are faring as far as weather.
Yeah,
all of
check
that
it
plays
out.
into it.
Yeah, it does. All of these factors do. But I think you make such a good point, Alyssa, about, you know, how many people has he really won over in the process since then? It's been
Right?
this solidifying of a base. And meanwhile, you know, in Ohio, a huge part of 2016, it was not just about people going, I want Hillary Clinton, I want Trump. There were so many voters, and this is true across the country, just saying, I'm not so psyched about this election, you know, for a whole array of reasons. And so we had independent voting, write-in voting like we've never had before. And all of those voters are saying, okay, I'm not going to make that mistake again. They're all voting for Biden. I mean, every single person I hear like that. And then you add to it that a lot of Trump voters have become disillusioned, and they're either, you know, obviously some Trump voters, the hardcore ones, are sticking with him, but there are big numbers who are making a different decision, or just deciding maybe I won't fill that out. You know, I won't participate there. So all of that is
I really think what did we win? The popular vote by 4 million
over
votes?
3 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at that and you go, well, we know that those votes, certainly people didn't vote for Hillary and then are all of a sudden going to vote for Trump this year. So you got to figure that 3 million is going to be more than that, and is going to be hopefully in key states that we need to win the electoral college. And, you know, that is the only thing that's been making me kind of feel better. I've been like, you know what? That spread is just going to get wider. There is no possible way that that he has gotten even a little bit of that.
Yeah.
You know? So
no question. And let's remember, guys, that as you take action, Alyssa is right. There's so many voters out there who still maybe don't quite have their voting plan. Be that annoying friend who they're actually kind of like, oh, thanks, girl. Thanks for reminding me to do that. And you could be helpful. Like, tell them to go to yourvote.com. Anyone in the whole United States can put in their address there, research their entire ballot. And you can also just remind them, you guys, it's not just Trump. Remember, the entire Ohio House voted against requiring masks, you know, in the state legislature. Alyssa, it's the only place in Ohio where you can go and not wear a mask is in our state legislature.
I'm sorry.
How crazy is that, right? You know, so all of these things, the extremism coming out at a local level, people don't know about down ballot. Be a helper. Be a helper, guys. You know, show up for people today. Be annoying because secretly you're so helpful.
Vote for the most vulnerable among us.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Vote for the people who are closest to the pain and what will relieve that pain for them and their lives. And then I think the choice is pretty clear, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you for everything that you've done this year. You should be incredibly proud of the work that you've put in. And I think that we're going to really see all the work that you've done tonight, and I'll be keeping my eye out on Ohio.
I mean, it's similar to Hawaii. People confuse it.
Yeah.
It's very
I'm
tropical
dyslexic, so that made total sense that I would say Hawaii because it's
just because it's such a beautiful day. You know, people love to visit Ohio for the weather. You know.
All right. Well, I adore you. Take care.
Thank you, Alyssa. All right. What friends do I get to bring back on here? Julie, are you hanging out there?
I'm still here.
It was so much fun to get to surprise Jessica and Megan with Alyssa Milano. I did not tell them that was coming at all.
No, I knew you didn't. And when you said I have a guest, I'm like, oh my God, she's gonna surprise them. That was awesome. They handled it so well, ladies. You guys did amazing. Like, you were very calm and just acting like you knew Alyssa Milano and talked to her all the time.
Oh no, but now they've been like texting me. My phone is like, you didn't know, oh my God, did anyone get a screenshot of that? You guys, this will all be preserved on Facebook, on the Red, Wine, and Blue Facebook page, so you can go back and just like screenshot to your heart's desire, or I'll get it for you later.
Yes.
I got you.
I see we have somebody backstage. Andrea, are you here to chat with us? Hi.
We've got company with Andrea.
What an honor to be here with you guys, you ladies. I am so appreciative of the movement, and I'm excited to be a part of it. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and we got kids schooling right now. This is my daughter, Silvana, and I have Catherine over here. Hi. So excited to be here. I was like, oh my gosh. This is Catherine. So today what we did is there was a kid vote near us. So we drove to, I think anyone who is 17 or under can go there, and they're doing a little vote. And we voted for the president. And then there was also choose between like whether you like taco or pizza and stuff like that. So
cat or dog.
But
president.
Yeah.
So who'd you vote for?
It was super fun. Who'd you guys vote for?
I voted for Biden for the president, and I did cat versus dog. Just my opinion. I like pizza more than tacos. There was TV versus reading, which I love both of those. So I just put down one of them, which was Halloween and Christmas. She did Christmas. I did Halloween.
Christmas over Halloween.
Cat and pizza.
That's amazing.
And well, how can I ignore that?
So with our homeschooling, we did a unit on elections and our government. We've been doing the government for the whole month, and then just this last week and yesterday, we were working on elections. And I haven't gotten to the electoral college yet, but that is actually a part of the vote, because the votes that we did today, with the children's vote, you had to write down what school you went to, and the parent is actually giving electoral votes to the schools by I think, how many kids are in the school or something. And since we're homeschoolers, we get our own little group, which is awesome. So it was just something fun to kind of teach the kids how important it is to vote, and that our voices can be heard. And we have I know that when they turn 18, they'll be excited to get their voters cards.
That is so cool.
Let me show you this.
She loves dragons.
Yeah, I think that's
doesn't.
We always do it in my house to have election day kind of like a holiday for my son, right? So, it's always our he doesn't have school on election day traditionally, because the schools are the polling places here. So we get up, we have breakfast, we hang out, we usually go out to lunch, which is, we don't, go out to eat that often. So it's like a deal, right? It's like some kind of celebration, just like Christmas, maybe not just like Christmas, but just some other special type of day to where it's something now that he looks forward to. Like, he knew it was, we were talking about it being election day, kind of like it being Halloween, or, it's just some other day that we do something. So I just think that it's really cool that you took them and are doing that. And I just really be like Andrea, make sure you're doing that and taking your kids, they're not too young to go. Strap that baby to your chest if it's a little bitty, have that for later on. I just think that's really cool.
They've both been to our elections, and I think this one, she said she was too young to remember, but I know this one remembers the primaries. But I early voted, and I dropped it off the board of elections.
I am excited to vote, though. The day I turn 18, I'm definitely going to think of that.
That's
awesome.
So cool.
That's great.
That is awesome.
What do you think about your mom knowing so much about politics and the election and voting? Do you like talking about it with her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like knowing more about what's going on and just
what other people think too, and other stories. Yeah, my childhood, I've lived experiences that hopefully my children don't need to, but I share those with my children in hopes that they can see a life that other than what they have lived. I think that's important when trying to relate with other people, and knowing that, your experience is not the only experience, and, that there's a lot of people other than you need to take in consideration when you're making this important thing like voting.
That's beautiful, Andrea.
That's amazing. I said, if everybody did that, the world would be a much different place.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to be on here.
I'm very excited to have you.
We are. I was laughing because we've been telling women you can come on and talk, and I love it that the kid is the one who's like no fear, just on the Zoom, like having.
It's awesome. I'm high risk for the virus, so this was a super treat for me. I don't get to go out or get to talk with many people, and I really miss that.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me on here.
I think that's so true. Like, with the virus, with how our lives are now, like, if there's a silver lining, which, you know, whichever, but part of what we've done this year with our community building and rallying around these candidates and these causes and having a glass of wine and being able to talk about it and learn about these things, I just think that it's like, I don't know what I would have done without it if I didn't have, you know, my ladies in these groups and my ladies in my Slack channel. You know what I mean? Like that's how we're communicating and staying, you know, connected as humans right now, right?
It was really hard in the beginning because I'm a new homeschooler. We decided to homeschool because I'm high risk. And I quickly found out, you know, early in May, I mean, we decided we were going to do this early on, and I had prepared for it. You know, I wanted enough time to make a curriculum. But I discovered that the homeschoolers previous to COVID were not very welcoming to the new homeschoolers. And there's so many different ways of homeschooling. And so when I learned all the different ways of homeschooling and how I wanted my family to learn, that it wasn't the majority. So I ended up creating my own little group, and it's like a science-based secular group that I created. And I was so surprised because of all the new people homeschooling. I had at least 60 people join within the first 3 days, and now we have about 120. And that's local to the Dayton area where I live. So I was super excited with that, and I'm very thankful to have, you know, people to share that with and you know, have some discussions, because being a homeschooler, I mean, there's just so many options. It's kind of hard sometimes to choose, but once I did choose, I wanted to share that with other people, help them out as well.
Invite me to that group. I'm not quite in Dayton. I'm a couple hours away, but I
Ooh.
would love to join in.
Okay. Yeah.
One of the things that I want to express to all the new homeschool mamas out there is that this will be okay. And this is a great thing. I actually homeschooled my kids for a year, and they're all in their 30s, and they survived it. And they, you know, are adults with good jobs and the whole 9 yards. So this will be a good thing.
I have some really good friends too that were homeschooled, and that is, or actually two of them are also homeschooling this year as well. We do have different ways of homeschooling, and that's kind of the beauty of it as well. So it's great just having something that fits with your family lifestyle, and and also you have that benefit of helping your kids grow and not be pulled back. Like if she excels in something, I can move on forward, or if she needs extra help, I'm here to kind of move her along.
I just love how you made the decision, rather than feeling isolated with this totally new circumstance, to reach out to other moms, to other families. And there's so much power in that, right?
And
that's
I do
exactly what women did following the 2016 election, who felt isolated or alone in their communities or neighborhoods. There's so many women right here on the screen who made that choice, just like you did. And that has led us all to be in a very different place today. It's almost like there's some life coaching lessons in here that can help us all be resilient. I'm noticing it's 2:00 and we have another
2:00. We are still waiting for our guest to join the studio. So this is weird for me to actually talk to control room instead of being the control room, but Shannon. Oh, I think we're coming. So I am going to, who am I leaving on? Julie or Katie?
Julie.
I think Julie.
Julie? Okay. So we're all going to pop off. And then pop off. And then we're gonna bring up our guests. So just 1 second, we're gonna switcheroo here.
Hi. All right. I want to say hi. I have not officially met Tracy. I have just heard a lot about her from her daughter, Shannon, who is our Deputy Digital Director at Red Wine and Blue. And I'm going to say your last name, and I made Shannon tell me phonetically, so I get this correct. So it's Tracy Baranauskas.
Yeah.
Baranauskas?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I was kind of proud. I actually wrote it. I made sure I wrote it out. So I tried to do a good job, but Tracy is a life coach, and I hope that you guys so far have just enjoyed the girlfriend chatter and some of the funny and moving stories, and that it's helping you kind of pass time and deal with any anxiety on election day. But we also want to hit it head on, because we know that there's lots of emotions going on today. So we want to inspire you and keep you entertained, but we also want to address, what you actually may be feeling. And so Tracy was so generous as to come on and do this with us. So thank you. Do you want to just tell us where you are or anything about yourself, introduce yourself?
Well, thank you for learning to pronounce my name, Julie. You didn't have to do that, though. A lot of people say just Tracy B is good, and Shannon's mom is even better. That's just fine. But I'm a life coach. I'm a personal development life coach, and I help people, like very simply put, to make changes in their lives. So to manage their mindset so that they can get inspired and have self-belief to do the things they want to do.
That's amazing. And I think that everybody today really needs to feel inspired and being able to process their thoughts. And so I think you are the perfect person to have on to discuss this with. And I do feel it's important to understand how to pronounce people's names correctly. My maiden name was Smith, so I never had that problem. I had one college professor who did pronounce it Smythe. And I remember looking at him thinking, are you kidding me? And then I realized that this is how people who have long names or unusual names can feel all the time. So I think that's very important. But I will say probably for now on, just Shannon's mom.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so for many of us, it's really difficult not to feel worried or anxious or scared with regards to the outcome of the election today, or just like what the future holds in general. So what advice do you have for those of us who are feeling kind of a heightened sense of anxiety or fear today?
Yeah, well, that's such a good question. And it's so understandable because, it has been a doozy of a year, or a doozy of a 4-year, but, particularly this year has been really rough for so many people. And I think, I can give you some advice, and I want to, but I want to preface it by saying that it is perfectly understandable, acceptable to be feeling all these feelings right now. And we have to be gentle with ourselves and not judge ourselves and add shame on top of the hard feelings, because sometimes we do that, like I should be feeling more courageous or, whatever the thing might be. But it's understandable that we're feeling uneasy right now. And so just some of the things that have helped me in my anxious brain, even today, to be preparing for this, because I'm not used to doing this kind of thing. So, oh my God.
You're doing great. You're doing fabulous.
Well, thank you. But if you think about it, the news stations in general, they're designed to freak us out. They do stories that are meant to captivate us, to keep us interested. And so heightening our anxiety is all part of the game. It's what they do. And then we just, from an evolutionary standpoint, we have anxious brains. Our primal brain was meant to be on guard and to protect us from getting eaten by a large creature, right? But that's not always so helpful right now. But because of that, our brain has a negative bias. And so when we hear a story, we're generally more attracted to the negative parts of it. I don't know about you, but sometimes I get stuck on the news. I start watching, it's like watching a train wreck, and you keep watching and you're like, what am I doing? I feel like shit watching this, but I keep doing it, right?
Right,
yeah,
right, totally.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to, of course, there are some things that are really scary and they're real, but to get curious about your brain, and when you're feeling a heightened sense of fear, to question yourself, is this a false alarm, or is there something really going on here? And one way that you can tell or that is a good hint is if it's something that's happening in the future. So if your brain is going, what if? And they love doing this on the news. They'll tell you this one fact and then they'll go, but what if this and what if this and what if this? And that's fine. But if you're going to do the what ifs, then you have to give equal time to the what if things go well. So like one story I've been seeing a lot is where they're like, what if Biden wins and Trump won't leave the White House? And there's all this violence and the militias, all of the things. And I get, that could happen. But then there's the, like, what if, Biden wins and Trump just leaves the White House, causes a lot, raises a stink and leaves? Or what if the Secret Service gets to come in and carry him out? Like, how fun would that be, right? To see something like that. Like, there are all kinds of what ifs. And I think that many of us were raised to go to like worst case scenarios. Like if you think of like what the good things that could happen, my clients will say this sometimes, well, Tracy, that's not realistic. Well, why not? Like if we're pretending, if we're like imagining the things that could happen, why couldn't good things happen too? One of my coaches has said to me, like when I say that, she'll be like, well, says who? Like, and like says, right? And
so
go ahead.
So that's a good exercise. And so if we are sitting here doomsday scenarios in our head, which I am sure a lot of us are doing today. Mm-hmm. So basically then what I need to do is have that what if in my head, my doomsday, my worst case, but then I need to think of the complete opposite of that and process that for a little bit and focus on that for a little bit. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Allow yourself the pleasure of thinking of all the good things that can happen. Like, don't deprive your brain of that. You're allowed to have hope. We want you to have hope. Good things happen all the time. Yeah, right.
And there are so many worst case scenarios. And like you said, the news kind of feeds into that. So there are so many worst case scenarios that you could literally just keep adding on to your worst case scenario. So better to stop and then consider that there are actually good cases. And personally, I feel like a lot of the time, and probably more of the time, the good cases come true, or the not anywhere near as bad as you thought it was going to be, are what actually come to fruition. So I appreciate that. So how can we stay informed of what's happening in the world, but still have a balance? So like, I want to watch the news. I want to know what's going on. I know I'm going to be maybe down a rabbit hole of worst case scenarios. So how can I stay informed, not spend too much time on Twitter like I do, but still have balance and protect my own physical and emotional well-being? How do I balance those things out?
Yeah, and I think that's something, again, we all struggle with. So it really is about being intentional. So intentional about how much time you're doing that. And you actually do have control. We might tell you down, but you get to pick. And so choosing not just how much time you're spending on social or watching the news or whatever it is, but also choosing your sources. So I know a really great social media page that is just wonderful, Red, Wine, and Blue, right? And what I love about it is you provide information, but you also provide a sense of sisterhood, so a sense of connection for people. And there's the humor that's involved, so you lighten it up a lot. But one of the best parts is that you provide a call to action. So people feel empowered. It's not a story of like, here's all this gloom and doom and just sit there and think about how, crappy your life is going to be. You don't do that. You're like, yeah, maybe this is happening, but here's what we all can do about it. And I think that is like so key. And then, Julie, also being intentional about the things that bring us peace. So we do have to have balance. And for me, one of my favorite authors, her name is Jen Sincero. If you haven't read any of the Badass books, please read the Badass books. It's so good. But she talks about going to the spiritual gym every day. And this is something I tell my clients, it is non-negotiable. I take a walk in nature every morning to start my day. I journal. Some people meditate. Whatever it is that helps you feel at peace, you get to decide that, and you get to put that in your life.
So is that something that people need to schedule? I mean, is that, like you said, you do this every day? And I know life gets in the way, and sometimes your kid's sick or you're not feeling well or car breaks down or whatever happens. But so is this something you say people should schedule? Like, I'm doing this every day. This is my time for this. Is that the best scenario or the best, I guess, way to handle that?
Absolutely. Yeah. We schedule everything else. And, you just don't, time just doesn't come to us. We have to make it. You have to make time for the things that are important to you. And right now, taking care of yourself, doing things that calm your soul, I want you to be doing those things.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I do feel like what you said too about taking action is important, because I feel like one of the things after 2016 for me was just feeling like, I can't believe this happened, and I felt really helpless, but then reaching out and making connections with other women who felt the same way. And then us actually going from there to making phone calls. I mean, it was baby steps. I made a phone call to senators. We would write emails to people, and it does make you feel like you're doing something, like you're taking a little bit of that control back. So I guess that's a good thing Bev has up on our screen too. So if you're sitting at home today watching this and you are feeling a little bit that way, a little out of control, you can do something like we've been talking about, reaching out to your friends who haven't voted yet, because there are friends who haven't voted yet. So if you need help with that, you can download the Outvote app, which Bev has on the screen. We have stuff in there you can send to them. It's a great way. And like Tracy was saying, there's a little bit of humor in there too. We have our stuff is funny, but informative, and it's a great way to talk to people. And I do that. I try really hard to work out every day. I try to take action when I'm feeling upset about something, whether it's calling somebody to make a complaint to Rob Portman, which I have him saved in my phone because I call him a lot. But it does make you feel like you've done something. Or it can be simple too, is like a relaxing thing to do could it just be texting friends? I mean, is that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because I know I have lots of text chains and lots of group threads and lots of different groups. And it does, sometimes we're complaining about what's worrying us, but because we're doing it together, it makes you feel better.
Yeah, it's not so isolating. Yeah.
Okay, so what are some practical things that we can do to manage our mindset and maintain a sense of peace while fighting for the things we really care about? Like, so many things we care about.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Looks like we're having some glitches.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was on mine. I'm like, is it just me hearing that? Or I didn't know if that was my computer or her computer. So
I think we've lost Tracy, but
okay.
Tracy, if you're still watching, if you're out there, your daughter is amazing. Shannon is on our team. Works for me, cuts together a lot of these videos that y'all see. So I want to give a huge shout out to this wonderful young being that is on our team. That does really great work.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you guys have seen some of our endorsement videos we have had so many women step up to make endorsement videos for candidates or about issues like the one you saw Jessica showed not long ago. And Shannon has done editing on that. It makes everybody look so fabulous, right? Everyone looks so great. She's wonderful job.
We love shit. Okay, I think we have Tracy back. Let's try.
Okay.
Hi,
you're back.
Okay, this is working. Right, I'm popping out. Just bye.
Yeah, sometimes I have spotty Wi-Fi sometimes, and so I was not sure whether you were the one breaking up or I was the one breaking up. So I was kind of waiting for Beverly just to come in and save the day. So
I was like, do I keep talking? I don't know what to do.
Let me go back to the question then. So I think I was asking you about practical things that we can do to manage our mindset. We want to feel a sense of peace. We want to feel a sense of calm, but we still want to maintain taking action. We still want to fight for the things that we care about. So what's the best way for us to do that?
Yeah, so practicing looking for the good. So if our brain is negatively biased, then look for the good and actually sit with it for a minute. So if you're in any situation, but like, let's take this group, for example, and thinking about out of this crappy political climate, this group was formed, and this sisterhood of women, have come together for probably lifelong friendships, right? To sit with that idea and really bring it into your core, think about it, and train your brain to look for those things, and just give them even a moment of time will help you to balance it out in your head. And I think even like taking that moment also with your feelings of safety. So when we're
Okay. I don't think it's me.
Really?
Okay. I think, see, again, my Wi-Fi is not stable. So I think Tracy is freezing again. Okay, I guess she is. So it's back. Oh, hi, Bev.
You lost her again.
I'm just talking. I'm like, I hope you can hear me talking. I think it's not me that's freezing. So
yes.
In case you guys haven't noticed, Julie has changed.
I did.
Okay, I'm back.
Back. Hi, welcome back.
Yeah, no warning. You can be pulled on screen at any time.
I know. Like if I'm sitting here with my phone, that's why.
Yeah. Now you guys know how I feel when Katie was doing that one interview and her Wi-Fi went out, and all of a sudden Beverly was like, "Julie's just gonna go finish that," and I was like sitting there. So you gotta be prepared at all times with Red.
Absolutely.
All right. How are we all hanging in there? I had a little lunch, in between here. But,
it's fine.
I love it.
Doesn't everyone
I feel like we need one of those little headbands, like the 1920s, like they used to wear around their head. Like I feel like that would be perfect for your outfit.
There's a website called Unique Vintage, and that's all that my targeted ads are from. And then I go on there and look at stuff, and I'm like, I need this. And then
I have a flat dress, but I felt like, do we really want to go back to the pandemic as we're experiencing a pandemic?
Right. No, I'm just saying, there's just like no good option. Why would I spend this much money on clothes? Is what I'm saying, or whichever.
Yeah.
But I just want to jump in for a second for those of you that are out here taking action and doing the texting. We're working on getting a list of kind of like some late voters that we want to try to reach out in some areas that is going to be loaded into Outvote soon. So as soon as we have some more on that, we will bring you that late breaking development. But we really want to make sure that we're being strategic today. So just want to make sure, like, where are your friends at? Whatever state, but like Ohio, I'm talking to you. We have so many women in the around Columbus and Cleveland and Cincinnati, right? Those are the big three. Everybody, well, and that if you think that they're voting for Joe, if they're Trumpers, don't call them. We're a person. But like send that, like Alyssa was saying before, like send those text messages out. It is election day. We have to, you haven't talked to them since before the pandemic. I get it. It could be awkward. But just hey, checking in, making sure you voted today. Like that's a good friend. Like that's a good way to break the ice, to get back in touch with those people you might have fallen out of touch with during the pandemic.
I want you
on election day, build relationships is all I'm saying.
I want to do what Shannon's mom just said, right? So we always go to worst case scenario about what's going to happen. So I want you to picture texting that friend that you haven't talked to for a while and getting them to go to the polls. And then tonight you hear Biden wins Ohio. Just isn't that totally worth reaching out to all of your friends you haven't talked to for a while?
Yes.
Asking as if they voted. Just say, have you had a chance to go vote? It's so important. Get to the polls. So think of that best case scenario of what could happen. Oh, see, Tracy's back. So
Tracy.
Oh, hi.
Now you've got a bunch of us to talk to.
We're all here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on, but I keep popping out and in.
I was actually just like trying to use your advice and say how, we need to think best case scenario, reaching out to our friends, and we could actually help change Ohio. And wouldn't you feel great tonight if that happened? And So is that kind of what you're talking about with the mindset of like how to get into that mindset of balancing the stress of life versus how the calm we need on the other side of?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. To really be present with yourself. And when you feel yourself like going way out there, bringing yourself back in and being very present in the moment and noticing that you're okay. Everything is okay, even if your mind wants to take you way out to a scenario that's not helpful. Yeah.
So what are some of the best things people can do just to get themselves in that calm place? Like, do you have any advice for that? Like, I know you said nature walk. I'm assuming that would be amazing. We have beautiful weather, at least I do. I don't know about you guys. Cincinnati's nice today.
I think it's higher here. I'm surprised.
Well, you guys had like hail and rain up there like yesterday, right? Or something. So
like we've recovered, and I think it's like high of 54 and the sun is out. So
yeah.
So what are some of the other things like your clients or, what do people like to do? Like what are some calming activities that you think are great for people to get their minds right?
Mm-hmm. So meditating, exercising, like you were talking about, journaling, socializing with people you love. I am, again, a big fan of visualizing. So sitting with yourself and allowing your brain to go to a peaceful time, thinking about people that you love, who love you, and have, if you're feeling like the world doesn't have compassion right now, think about the people who love you and give you compassion and care for you. There are people in your life. Think about your grandma or your best friend or, your spouse, whoever that might be. And really talk to yourself. We really need to catch ourselves during the day when you're, loading the dishwasher and answering emails. Stop and tell yourself, I'm okay. I'm noticing that I'm okay right now. Even if the world feels a little crazy right now in this very moment, I'm okay. I want to just make you, everything that has happened to you in your life so far, you've handled.
Yeah.
You might not have liked it. There may have been some really crappy things that have happened, and we understand that. But you've handled it, and so lots of good things are on their way. I know that for sure. So do you all. But whatever happens tonight, in the future here, you'll handle it. You will, and reminding yourself of that, because I think sometimes we forget.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, and I mean, obviously there are tragedies and things that happen that you can't think of anything good that comes out of it. But sometimes I look back on things in my life that were a big deal at the time or that I thought were terrible. And it turns out that maybe it was actually a good thing, or it set me on a path that was actually a good thing. So, that's one of those, like you saying, worst case scenarios, and think of the best case scenario, think of it the opposite direction. But I don't know if anybody else feels that way. I definitely know that I can point to some things in my life that if they had not happened as awful as they were at the time, I would not be where I am right now.
Same with things that didn't happen that I wanted to have happen. I could point to some very significant things that I thought would have been the best for me, but it would have completely altered everything that I have gotten to do to this point. So I can now see the wisdom, but when you're in that moment, I will admit that it's very difficult to see past it. And so I actually have used a couple of those experiences to, when something happens that I wish it had gone a different way. Well, last time this happened, it was because, this was coming and this is better. So let's just wait and see what's going to come that's going to be better. I do try to do that. I'm not always successful, but I do try to do that.
Yeah, me neither. I totally understand. Yeah, we're human, but and be gentle with yourself. Like, it's not always like something bad happens. You're like, oh, hey, but look at the bright side. Don't mean that. Allow yourself to have those feelings, but when it's feeling like you're feeling really crappy for a while, allow yourself to zoom out a little bit and examine your thoughts and what's really going on here. So I love that. I love that because it's true. things don't always go the way we want, and sometimes we don't know why. But there are almost always things that we can look at and think like, well, but because of that, this happened. So.
Maybe that's part of the good part of being a little bit older is the life experience, right? Because I always feel like talking to my teenage daughters and, trying to give that advice, which I hated when I was a teenager, your parents were telling you stuff, but there is something to that life experience that you can look back and remember you've gone through something hard or something and that have come out the other side, which they don't have yet. So no matter how much they think they do. I don't know. So maybe that's I'm giving, okay, see, there's my positive to being a little bit older. that's my positive story on having down that trail of, oh my gosh, I'm getting so old and my body's falling apart. Okay, that's the good thing. I have all this life experience and wisdom. So
listen, you have two choices. You get older or you don't.
Exactly.
Older.
Exactly. I choose that. Yes, 100%. Oh my gosh. Well, Tracy, we really thank you for coming on and sharing your wisdom with us. And we hope that some of the ladies out here watching will take that advice to heart today, especially. And then, over the next year, I'm hopeful. I'm staying positive. I am going to my best case scenario. Totally. I'm totally going to the best case scenario for today. So we thank you for coming on so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it. And I think in a few minutes, we're going to have Katie come back on here and she's going to interview one of the amazing women who actually started one of our Facebook groups, and it went from like 20 to like hundreds of thousands now. So, because there's so many wonderful women out there who just felt motivated to get connected with other women and to get involved. And that, like I said, I feel like what we were just talking about, the life experience, after 2016, I was just so devastated and I just couldn't believe it. But if I had to look back now and say, I have all these women that I have met and become part, all of you ladies on the screen right here, and all the ladies in these Facebook groups that I've now connected with who I would not have met any other way. So, there is something to be thankful for. And I'm 100% thankful for that because that's not going away. Trump's going away. I'm sorry?
Said, I don't know what you're talking about. I hate all you bitches.
The feeling is mutual, darling.
Right.
Did I ever tell you my story? Because we talk like this to each other because girlfriends can talk to each other. My husband overheard one of our conversations like this one time online, and later on he was like, "That's not really how you should be talking in like work meetings." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're a dude. No." This is how women bond. We're all good.
Right, we're good. Like I'm sorry about like how your masculine space is defined, Julie's husband. Space is defined.
He was applying like corporate principles of how you talk in the workplace. I'm like, dude, it is a bunch of ladies on a Zoom call. And I'm like, this is how we talk to each other.
I'm just saying, corporate culture was created by men.
Among other things.
Yes.
Something.
Well, I have my drag out the vote mug with my fresh cup of coffee.
Nice.
Just a little plug for our drag superstar that we're going to have joining us at 3:40, which is Miss Brita Filter from season 12 of RuPaul's Drag Race, national treasure and co-chair of Drag Out the Vote. Which is a awesome organization where drag queens are lending their voice to get out the vote, right? What we're all trying to do. So, we're doing it this way, right? Like we as women, we're coming together, we're drinking wine, we are creating change and causing chaos and all the trouble that, Julie gets accused of down there in my and then
sowing discord is what
that's what I was looking for. But, and then people within the, in the LGBTQIA community, like doing the drag out the vote, they teamed up with Broadway and had a great but like where it comes down to everything, like where you can be most effective is within your community, right? So reaching out to your friends, building your network of ladies to like help you through the resistance and putting together your zombie apocalypse team, like we have right here.
No, I like that.
Right.
I was creating my zombie apocalypse team.
So that is my segue. Speaking of community building, I thought
you were going to say, speaking of zombies.
So we're gonna switch all of us off, and we're gonna bring up Katie, founder of Red, White, and Blue. We're gonna bring up Red, White, and Blue's own Lonnie Gentry, and they're gonna talk about building community and all that other fun stuff. So let's do a switcheroo over, and we'll head into this 2:30 segment of the Election Day Lounge. So,
all right.
God, I'm so good at hosting. Why don't I do that? Oh wait, that's me. All right, bye me.
Oh, hi, Election Day Lounge. Hey, Lonnie.
Hey, I love her. I'm so good at hosting.
I mean, we all know Beverly is the inspiration for all things around here, so we just gotta keep taking notes, right, Lonnie?
Oh gosh,
some crazy. Look at this dramatic light happening here. This is like,
I know. I was. Yours is bad, and mine. I had to like close the blinds in here because it was.
I don't know. I think I might just embrace the outside. Then I'm backlit. I don't know. Is that weird?
Yeah.
I don't know. The
It's
election
fine.
lounge. You just never know what's going to happen. So, we're just gonna we'll live with it.
Okay. We both got the side swept hair now.
That's actually pretty funny. I mean, I'm just running around. My 2-year-old is around here somewhere. I know yours are running around there too. So who knows?
Yeah, I actually am worried that they're going to come busting in at any minute. They've been outside. We've been doing yard work outside and cleaning out the garage to get ready for winter, and so I'm sure they'll come busting in at any minute now that I've started this.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so Lonnie, how are you feeling? Does it? My question of today is just like, are you feeling different than you did in 2016, like on election day? I feel like
I am. 2016, I was on such a high. I was convinced that Hillary would win. I mean, like I had no doubt that she wouldn't. And so like I was really positive the whole day. I was super excited, and then election results started coming in, and my mood got a little worse and really bad by the end of it. So today I'm a little more cautiously optimistic is a good word. But yeah, it's just been, the past 4 years have been awful. So I'm just hoping that everybody, I feel good about it this year though.
I feel like there's a greater degree of focus. It's just because we know, I think there was a sort of denial among people who were supporting Hillary Clinton of the alternative scenario. And now that we've been living that alternative scenario, it's like, okay, we have got our heads on straight. We are doing the work.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, I think I've seen so many shifts within my own family, my friends, people who, kind of were like me. Either they thought Hillary would win, so their vote didn't matter. And so, they didn't really care one way or another. How bad could Donald Trump really be? And then now that they know how bad he can really be, there has been that shift. And I think people are a lot more motivated this year than they have been in the past. I mean, we're seeing like record turnouts in certain states. My brother just sent me a tweet that Florida has already hit 100% of their votes that they had in 2016.
I think we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's exciting. And I think I actually believe that that's a good sign for Democrats. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's a good sign.
Participation in democracy, just more people showing up tends to work that way. You're totally right. So, all right, Lonnie. So speaking of participating and getting involved and like having that motivation to want to do something, there was something different in you this year too, not just others that you know. And so tell us about, you created the Suburban Housewives Against Trump Facebook page, which I mean has been a huge narrative in this whole election. I mean, Donald Trump is obsessed with suburban housewives and suburban women and this whole like pejorative way of talking about us. And so just walk me through I think everyone would love to hear just like the story of waking up that morning to the story.
Yeah. So I live in Kentucky, which is a very red state. I live in northern Kentucky. At the time, my kids were enrolled at a Catholic school, private Catholic school. I was what I felt like surrounded by Trump supporters. And I knew I had like 5 or 6 friends that, you know, kind of believed along the same lines as I did. And when I woke up, I don't remember, it was like middle of August, maybe like August 11th or 12th. I woke up, and I'm the type of person when I wake up, I always scroll through Twitter just to see what's going on. And I saw his tweet, which degraded women. It was racist. You know, it said, you know, the tweet, I think it's in the group somewhere, but it basically said something along the lines of suburban women are going to be voting for me because I'm going to keep low-income housing out of their neighborhoods. And
it didn't just say suburban women. It said suburban.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It said suburban households. That's why I called it super. Thank you for correcting me. And so when I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. And I was looking for a way for my friends and I, those 5 or 6 friends that I had that I knew were Democrats, to be able to have a little group where we could talk about politics and not be judged. And so I just was like, that's the title. That's it. That's what we're going to call it. And I sent it out to maybe like 20 different women in northern Kentucky, Texas, and Florida, because those are the 3 places that I've lived. And it grew from there. And it was shocking how many women, you know, felt the same way that I did. And so many of the women in the group that I've noticed they're women who voted Republican or who were typically conservative, and they've had enough of that BS, for lack of a better term, from the Republican Party. And so it's nice to be able to see women from all over the political spectrum. You know, I mean, we've got progressives in the group. We've got women who are really pretty conservative. And it's just nice to see that they're all able to rally behind this one cause and hopefully make change. And hopefully we'll be able to keep them involved following this election, because I'm hoping that because of this strength in the suburban women that we've seen, suburban women will continue to stay involved now and realize how valued their voices are. And that's going to be important moving forward for the Democratic Party to hold on to these women.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I even had questions myself, I think, when I first saw suburban women becoming involved really in droves and thinking, will this last? And now there's just no question in my mind because of these relationships that have been formed, because of the feeling that women have of support from each other. Once you like somebody's got your back, like I just believe there's no stopping you. Like community is the key. What do you think it is though about, you know, there is such a narrative out there of polarization that there's no place where people who come from different backgrounds or have differing political views, if you're not exactly in the exact same place on the political spectrum, there's no room for dialogue. Don't even try it. You know, I feel like that's the general sentiment out there of like how America is perceived and how lack of any civility or dialogue is perceived. But yet I feel like we see every day in suburban housewives against Trump examples that just counter that.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? What's different?
Well, I mean, I think women in general don't see things in terms of black and white. I think that's one thing that until this election, I think there's just the 2 parties had just moved to so black and so white, or just so far left, so far right. And there was no gray area. And I think women are able to like recognize that nuance in situations, and women are able to form opinions and make educated arguments. And then women are able to make those concessions also to say, okay, that's what you're saying. So I feel like that's one reason that it's been so great to see so many women involved now, because more people are realizing that you're not just stuck on one side or the other. There is common middle ground for people. And I hope that this group has showed that, and that we'll continue to do that moving forward.
The thing I think is so cool is like how women who maybe haven't been involved in politics or maybe come from a different background, always voted Republican and have found the group, they feel this sense of connection and inspiration by finding other women who maybe have been at it a little bit longer, and like they're like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I've found people who are like-minded and that support. And then meanwhile, the people who have maybe always been Democrats, they're always asking, there's other people out here, right, who like didn't always vote this way. Like there's this need for each other.
Yeah.
Rather than what you might expect of like, oh, okay, well, those are the Democratic women over here, and these are the ones who, let's just try to keep it cool. Instead, it's like this, no, I empower you, you empower me type thing.
Yeah, I think definitely the women
have a
have,
visitor.
Aw, hey.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of sun in your eyes. Just say hi, Lonnie.
Hi. Yeah, I think the women they have found a lot of common ground and a lot of solidarity, and I think women look for those relationships and rely on those relationships so much. So I think that's been great. It's been really empowering for women. I know, just speaking from personal experience, like I talk about my parents a lot. My parents have never been political people ever. I worked in politics right out of college and for about 4 years. And even then they really could have cared less about politics. And all of a sudden in like the past 6 months, I've seen my mother, who never would have talked about politics with anybody. I've seen her like find her voice and find her confidence and realize that even though she was a stay-at-home mom her whole life, and my mom does not have a college education. So I think she always kind of felt like, oh, I'm not okay to speak up and to speak my mind. And I feel like she's really become empowered and realized that like she can. And I think that's been something that's really been exciting for me to see, and to see my mom really take charge of that. And I feel like she's not the only woman like that right now. Like, there's a lot of
no. Lonnie, what changed? And can I just say that no matter what you think the answer is to that, I'm sure of it without knowing your mom, it's you. Seeing you step up and use your voice, like I know how much we influence each other regardless of whether or not it's stated. But I just got to ask, what do you think? That's a big change because some women, it's like once you're maybe past 55, 65, more in your 60s especially, people don't expect change.
No, they don't. And I think for my mom, it has really been about personal experiences that she's gone through in the past 4 years. She is a woman. One of her cousins is gay, and he's married. He's adopted a daughter, and I think being worried for his safety, being worried for their family, I think that's one thing that helped change her mind. I mean, a lot of it has to do with just like pure disdain for Donald Trump. I mean, she's a Christian woman. She doesn't approve of the things he says, his bully tactics, his the racism, his overt racism and the things that he says. I think a lot of it has to do with that. But I think a lot of it too has to just do with she's really seen how people that she loves can be affected by policies that are pushed by a party that they really have no business trying to control these parts of people's lives. And I think that that's one thing that she and my dad both have kind of realized, that, like I said, life's not black and white. There's so many areas of gray in it. And they've realized that, and now they're voting like that.
That is really exciting. What about other people in your network? I mean, you lived in Texas before Kentucky. You live in a red area. Of course, we have a very competitive Senate race there. Hoping Mitch McConnell might see the end of things. But
yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you were feeling isolated in your own network. Now you have like over 200,000 women friends who are sharing on mission with you. But what about the women who, you might be texting with, talking on the phone with, the women in your Zoom cocktail hour? What do you think?
So yeah, it's interesting. I am not typically a person that talks about politics with my friends in my day-to-day life.
Okay, wait, stop the presses. Everyone needs to just notice that Lonnie has said this, okay? Lonnie, who created Suburban Housewives Against Trump page, okay? Who reached out to me early on and who's been doing politics for a long time and is immediately strategizing with me, okay? So just take that in, you guys. Oh, I'm not political, all this. This is what I love again and again, because I hear it all the time. Women who are like, I'm not that political, but I'm going to change the freaking country.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, for me, it's just, I really value my personal relationships, and I never want to feel like I'm forcing opinions on other people. So I just always kept it to myself, and I never wanted to talk about it. And which is why I created Suburban Housewives, because I wanted a place where I could talk about it and not have anybody judge me and not have to get into arguments with somebody over policy points of view that I believe I'm right on. But I will say,
you are correct.
I will say that recently I have I've gotten into a couple of disagreements with people online. I'm not comfortable with it. But I have, just because I got pushed to the breaking point, I think, with a couple of friends from high school recently. But anyways, I digress. What were we talking about? We were
just
talking
about the influence on. I think that's exactly on point.
Oh yeah, the influence. So on my friends, so I'm getting so much positive feedback from friends in Texas, which I think is awesome. I will say my friends in Texas are in major metropolitan areas. So they're in San Antonio, which is typically a blue city,
Okay.
where the Castro brothers are from, who I love. And so the feedback from there is really great. The feedback from my friends in Fort Worth, family in Fort Worth, has been good. So I'm excited about that. I even have, like a close friend there who I know she'll vote for Biden. And I think, and she's a very conservative person, but I'm pretty sure she will vote for Biden. And I'm excited about that. Florida, I'm getting great feedback from Florida, from my friends there, my brother and sister-in-law that are there. So I'm excited about that. And my friends here in Kentucky, I don't feel like I've changed a lot of minds. So that's a little disappointing. But I mean, I've done what I can, and I feel like I have at least introduced people to a new way of thinking about things, maybe. And the conversations that I have with friends here, I'm hoping that maybe just hearing a slightly different perspective on things will maybe alter opinions moving forward, or the way that they form their opinions moving forward.
We actually know that that's true. I mean, just the ripple effects of using your voice. We know there's actually social science research too that indicates that women, when we choose to exercise that influence, when we choose to speak up, it actually has more of an influence than when men do so, which that's for a lot of reasons, because of those strength of relationships, those strength of those networks. And also because we choose carefully, it's not like I have an opinion about everything,
Right. And I think that's important to remember, is that that's one reason I've never really been one to discuss politics on Facebook. I do on Twitter. I kind of save my Twitter stuff for that. I don't talk about politics on Facebook as much because if I'm going to talk about that stuff, I actually like to do it face to face. I like to find the right moment in a conversation and talk about it that way. For me, I feel like that's the most effective way. So I'm not one that just types out opinions on Facebook and gets into fights there. It's usually where we're sitting around a bonfire, with my neighbors, and then that's when it comes up. Yeah. And I feel like those are the most effective kind of conversations to have at those times.
Well, I think what's cool about these Facebook groups and what's different and sort of unique about the women from diverse political backgrounds coming together and housewives is that sometimes, honestly, to me, it almost feels like that campfire, and I think that has to do with the pandemic too. Yeah. We can't have as many face-to-face social experiences right now. And so people are hungry for it. They're seeking it. And there's no question, if you come into these spaces and you're looking to pick a fight, that doesn't fly in our communities. Immediately people say, get out of here. You don't see it that much. And that's not how you change minds. Ultimately, that's not how you influence people. But speaking of using your voice and influencing people, one thing we all really need to be doing today, you guys, is continuing to take action. We are getting reports about how turnout is going. We are going to be loading fresh data and lists into the app for people to participate. You can help out from anywhere to help increase turnout in the places where we know we have to have it to get across this finish line. So Lonnie, thank you so much for coming on and, share. I always love doing the backstory kind of interviews. So let's bring on a few of the other women who, Am
I staying on?
You're staying. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. I think our, oh my gosh, what is happening with Julie? Oh my God, what is happening here? Do we have some additions?
I have different outfits for every segment. I don't get to go anywhere, but today I am having a ball.
I love it.
All the wardrobe changes, just like a true pop star.
That's right.
Yeah. So what has everybody else's experience been like, getting to connect not just with people across your state, but across the whole country? And have you been struck by the groups as feeling different than other Facebook groups that you have been a part of in the past, particularly when they weigh into politics?
literally women from all aspects of my life, from high school on up, are involved in either Suburban Housewives, or they're in Decanted, or they're in Red, Wine, and Blue. And I don't even know it until I see their name because they liked something. And I'm like, oh, they came into the group. So, I mean, it has been fantastic how this has really galvanized women, from across my whole life spectrum, which is so crazy varied, but also across the country. So I really love that.
I'll tell you the one thing that I found amazing is the connections across the country. So the good thing about Facebook, of course, is you keep in touch with high school friends and people. But I've had women who I didn't even know were in some of these groups who I went to high school with who have reached out and been like, oh, I saw you on Facebook Live, or I saw that you're doing this. And then I'm getting patted on the, I don't want to say pat on the back, but getting supported, doing that and saying, oh, I really thank you for doing this. I really want to get involved. And I'm like, these are people in California and all the way across the country for me. And so that connection, and then just the support, because it's always I love what's going on. I love that you guys are speaking up. What can I do to do that? It's always this positive energy. I haven't had anybody reach out to me in any kind of negative way. It's always just been, this is amazing. I want to do something. What can I do? So that is what I love about these groups.
Which is so incredible. I mean, I can't tell you, people will ask ooh, Facebook, right? Must be pretty nasty in there. And I'm like, okay, I know that's true on the platform, but just come on in. It's not like that here. And I've been amazed, especially Suburban Housewives Against Trump is over, I think it was up to 220,000 women.
Yeah.
To be able to have a space like that and it remain, it hasn't been without a lot of work, but it's and commitment to the respect and the space that we're going to keep it. But it's still incredible to me to be able to reach that kind of scale. I mean, I shared among the Ohio women how the Red, White, and Blue Facebook page has reached maybe it's 1.7 million as of today in the last 28 days. The reach of this stuff, and to be able to sustain positive engagement and engagement at all. Because sometimes what happens too is that you get to these big high numbers and people are it starts to feel sort of, anonymous instead of that sense of connection. And that is just what floors me. And I know it's different than what else is out there.
And I think one of the most recurring comments that I see on those pages is women saying, I am so glad I found this. This feels like a place I can go talk. I mean, it's just everyone kind of breathing oh my God, people, I am so glad to be here. That's just a recurring theme on that page. And then when people do post personal stories or struggles, it is just the response. I mean, I've seen people post about things that are just really going on in their life that are really hurting them in some way. I mean, you get 1,000 people giving you, go girl, we got your back. I mean, that's got to be it's just an amazing support network.
Lonnie, you have had some of those women, sometimes the posts sometimes these posts will have 25,000 likes on them, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And that's a small town.
I know. Really? And I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida, and I had a friend text me the other day and said, "There's more people in your group than there are in Tallahassee." I was like, "It's crazy." Wow. But yeah, speaking of that, though, I think you're about to talk about the women I've interviewed.
Yeah. Right, because you've reached out to some of these women when these posts have gone, sort of viral, and said share in the group. Right, and so come share your story, and we've done.
Yeah. I think those, that's the great thing about the group, right? Is that there's women from all walks of life in it, and we get to learn a little snippet of their life through their post. And so kind of what I've tried to do within the group is seek out them and interview them, over 15 or 20 minutes, and let them tell a little bit more of their story, because every woman has a story, and every woman is interesting. And when we can really start to recognize, the different strengths that different women have and the way that they've contributed to this election, it's pretty inspiring, I think. And so it's been really fun to get to meet those women and talk to them and hear their stories.
You guys, it's the women. I mean, they say it's probably going to be the largest gender gap in history in voting. It would be, are the guys going to come along, or is it just going to keep going this way? What do we think?
I think they're going to come along.
Hey,
choice.
says the woman who got her husband to vote for the first time. She believes it. Yes.
I joined Suburban Housewives kind of earlier on, and it was when we were sharing photos and that they were Suburban Housewives. So I hurried up, and like the moment I found out this was going on, I was like, "Come on, you guys, we're gonna set this up and do it." And my husband was like, "What is going on?" And we took the photo and I posted it, and I got so much love from that, and I found so much unity. And I think it brought out of me what I see in the community is I live in an area which I was told it's so red, we're never going to change it. But when you come down and see how many people and how much growth we've gotten in this community, we've had our honking waves for Biden, and you see the big amounts. It's like, you know what? We've always been here. We're a lot bigger. We were told that we weren't here. But now we're going to the polls, and I really want to see what the numbers are now because we found unity in each other. And we see that we aren't alone, and this area isn't just red. So I think we're really empowering people to get out and say, you know what, your voice needs to be heard because you're not going to get drowned out.
Right.
So that's kind of what the group did with me, and I think it's super awesome just to have that unity, even like I said, shared across the states, and it's just really amazing. And thanks for putting it together.
Aw, that's so nice. I mean, that's exactly what I wanted when I started the group, and that's I feel like what it's remained just a place for women to be supported. So I love that story.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Andrea, I love that because that's exactly how we feel. I mean, I'm not that far from you. I'm, Dayton's pretty close to where we are, but I love what you just said about like being told that you're alone, or being told that there's not a lot of you, and then you start talking and finding out that is not true. So thank you. That is perfect. I love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's actually really amazing to hear, Andrea. Thank you. All right, we are getting near the top of another hour. This is so great. Election day is going by more quickly. I'm getting these. I just got another text from a friend saying, y'all, my friend that I was working on who said she was just going to vote third party this year. I got her. She voted for Biden. I'm getting these through the groups, these messages, these text messages. And all of them are also on, they're all text chains. And some of them are text chains of all women who I never knew before any of this, but that I've gotten to know because of this network. And none of them knew each other either. I mean, it's just like all of these, and it feels like change is happening, feeling these reports from the field of who's voting how and who they're influencing. I just feel like we have these amazing ambassadors just across the country getting shit done like women do.
Yes. I'm like,
oh, there's Beverly.
Yeah.
For the program
I'm jumping in because we just had a comment and it's not on the main feed, so I can't read it. Or I can't pull it up on screen, but it's from Dana, who's in Suburban Housewives Against Trump. And she said that she lives in a suburban neighborhood in San Antonio and has been ostracized by many of her neighbors because of her Black Lives Matter sign in the front yard. But she says, I hate to admit it, but I think I probably would have taken the sign down long ago had it not been from the support of you wonderful, intelligent, compassionate women. So even just being a part of it, right? Being a part of the group. I'm pulling Susan up because I see her down there. Just your number, yes, you want to talk and whatever, but being a part of that community, there's so much power in that when there are so many folks. So I just want to, shoot some love at Gina. Thank you for that comment. We really hope that.
And I did live in San Antonio. If she needs some San Antonio Democratic women to hang out with when COVID's over, tell her to message me.
Reach out to Lonnie, Dana, and there's so many women in Texas because of Lonnie's connection there. So it's we got you.
Let me know.
I'll
together. San Antonio, they would be good friends, great ladies to hang out with.
I can't wait to see the meetups of folks that happen from all of these groups, from all of the RWB organizing these meetups that happen in person, right?
Yeah.
When COVID is over. I'm just really excited
Yeah.
about the prospect of that. So we're at 3:00 and I see my favorite doctor has entered the studio. So I'm going to pull all of us out and then we'll leave Katie to talk to the incomparable Dr. Deborah Paris. So let's rotate out. Bye.
All right. Thanks, everybody. See you in a little bit. Okay, well, this one's special for me. I'm very excited to get to welcome Deborah Paris. Hello.
Hi, honey.
How's it going over there? Can you turn your phone
I will.
horizontal?
It's not
doing it?
My computer will not accept whatever the thing yard is, so I had to do it on the phone. So I'm going to look both distorted and exhausted.
Okay, actually, you look great. It's super
Oh,
clear.
you're a
And
good
look,
daughter-in-law.
and look, Beverly just changed even how we're appearing, so it's all
Thank you,
good.
Beverly.
Yeah.
Brilliant,
Okay.
Beverly.
All right, so you guys, Debbie has been on before. She is my mother-in-law, which makes me a very lucky daughter-in-law and mom and mom to her grandchildren, her grandsons, of course, who I get to have this guide on the side to help me out. And I will not be so selfish as to keep her wisdom to myself. So we have asked Debbie to come and join us today because so much of what we talk about is about raising our kids. And these elections are so big in terms of our values, and our kids ask a lot of questions, and we have so many feelings about it. On top of that, helping them navigate their own can feel like a challenge. So we wanted to have Debbie on to have a little bit of a chat about that. So first of all, how are you doing? Debbie is helping out with voter protection today. You've probably been up for a really long time.
I've been up since 5.
Yeah.
It's reminding me of what it's like to have young children. And I think it's how we're all feeling. We want to feel like we're participating and active in some way, getting through what is a very potentially exciting and scary day.
Yeah, no question. A lot on the line.
Yeah.
You guys will recognize Debbie's background because I often do these interviews from her office at their house because we live about 7 minutes apart. So a little switcheroo.
I'm actually Katie.
Okay, so are you feeling, in terms of what you're hearing from your patients, what you're hearing from the community, you've lived in this community a really long time, does it feel different from 2016?
Yes, but I think a lot of how people are feeling now is what people are saying is the PTSD piece of 2016, where people didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
And so there's, one of the things we do when we feel helpless is we try to protect ourselves from surprise by predicting things. And we tend to predict the bad things because that's what we're most scared of. So I think everybody is on high alert and hypervigilant, really noticing everything and trying to interpret things to reassure themselves. But in doing that, they often make themselves more anxious. It sort of has the opposite effect.
Yeah.
But I think that every election cycle brings a lot of passion, that people are very motivated to believe in what they believe in and fighting for what they're right. This is different. This is not so much about politics as values. And I think people feel this as very personally important to who they are as people and who we are as a country, that it's a definitional election. And that makes people very scared because they feel the stakes are so high. And maybe one of the things we'll talk about is what do people do when they're scared? It isn't always the easiest things for our children.
Well, that's right. And I think that because we all feel exactly what you're saying, that means that when our kids ask us things like, well, why does anyone vote for Trump? And it can feel really personal for them when they know, that their classmates' parents are supportive of Trump because maybe they've, seen a sign in front of their yard, or maybe even that child discusses that in the classroom. And when they're hearing from home, oh no, our values are very different. We're supporting Biden and all this. And we want to raise our kids to love and respect everyone. How do we explain that to our kids. And I know, so Debbie, did I even mention, Debbie is a child psychoanalyst, has been for decades. And a lot of what she does is provide a lot of advice for parents too, based on all of that experience. So I'm really asking the right person here. Okay, so
I hope I come up with a good answer.
I mean, give it a shot.
Here's my shot at it. I think the rhetoric's been extremely heated on both sides, and I know that we as parents can be very vehement in the way we express ourselves, and that children will take in our reactions. I was thinking of 9/11 when we worked with a lot of kids who took in their parents' terror on top of their own. And partly our job is to contain our children. We have to offer them the parts of the personality that aren't fully developed yet. So the approach would be to say, yeah, we can really disagree with people, but we behave towards people in a way that makes us feel proud of ourselves. You sort of work on the inner part because that's developmentally what all the kids are working on. And you could say, you know, and mom and dad need to work on that too, because we can disagree with people, but we can still learn how to talk to them, and we can be our better selves and feel proud of ourselves.
This is so important. And I feel like, I don't know why I can't just remember this with everything. Like, this is always like something you always remind me of. And I don't know why, like I said, why do I just always think to do this? But it is being open and honest with our kids about what we are processing too. That I think sometimes we think, oh no, I'm the parent. I need to get it perfect. I need to model the exact right behavior, for them. And okay, let's read this question. My kid is paying very close attention to the campaign. I can tell he's nervous about Trump winning, trying to stay calm and offer reassurance. But this is exactly what we're talking about. So we worry if we don't project total calm and total reassurance and say everything right, rather than, I feel like what you're saying is like, tell your kid what you're going through too. How do they process it without,
Yes, that's part of it. That is absolutely part of it. But the other piece of it is we're the container for the kids. So when they're feeling terrified about the outcome of the election, it taps that we're feeling terrified about the outcome of the election. But I think what we want to say is, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. We're going to figure out, we're going to fight for what we believe in. And our country, I do think reassuring the children, it's sort of like when you're giving a kid bad news about an illness or a disease, you give them as much as they can process. You can't flood their mechanisms. So what will not flood them would be to say, we live in a country that works hard towards justice, and we have ways of fighting for what we believe in, and we're going to work for other candidates, and we're going to have good things, and we'll be protected, and we'll work for the right things. So you've got to offer that reassurance at the same time as you're saying, boy, I've been having a hard time about this election too, but this is what I know. So it's sort of balancing both. But somehow, and I think this is really hard because this is what this election has tapped. Do we believe in the institutions being able to sustain if there's a Trump victory? What happens to the democratic institutions? But we really do live in a democracy, and we really do have ways of working towards justice and for the right thing, even though it could be very, very hard and take a long time. So it's both sort of reassuring them that it can be okay. At the same time, you're acknowledging that it isn't okay. It's a sort of two-way feeling, as we say. That's what we call ambivalence.
Yeah, exactly. I think I love that, the two-way feelings. You guys, Debbie has like my kindergartner like vocalizing that regularly. I think I'm having
sorry about that.
Or no, it's super useful. It's super useful because I think it's helpful to me as a parent too, because I think, oh no, this is the feeling I'm supposed to be helping him have. But life is more complicated than that.
And we're all more complicated than that. The problem with ambivalence is it actually goes against our mental processing. We think it's this or it's that. So the idea that it's this and that is very challenging to our processing. And, learning to accept that. And it's one of the things we are going to have to learn to accept no matter what the outcome of the election is. We still have two different ways of looking at the American world after this election. Whoever wins or doesn't win, it doesn't heal everything, and it doesn't solve all the problems, though it's a big step. So I think whatever the outcome is, we want to help everybody understand there are ways to be active, because that would be the other part. I think being active, and I feel like I have said this before, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself, is a very important solution to feeling scared and helpless, when you find a way to be effective. And that's what I think this whole group does. You are effective in relationships, and being effective in relationships that are going to sustain way past this election.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me that this happened in the time of COVID,
Yes.
you know, and what a good thing it's been in the time of COVID. So one other thing I just want to address, because it has to do with kids being friends with kids that are different from them.
Yes.
It's okay to say to them, it's okay to like somebody that's different, and it's okay to like somebody you don't agree with. We're all struggling with that right now because this is so deep and personal. But for the kid level, kids are going to parrot what their parents say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's how they're going to end up. So I always think of Michael J. Fox in whatever that, what was he had the liberal parents and he was this conservative kid. Family Ties. Thank you. You can tell it's decades since I've seen it. That happens. So I think we want to give permission to kids to like who they like. And maybe to give ourselves permission to do that, though I'm struggling with that a little hard myself. So there you are.
Okay, so for all of us, as we think about, there's concern about after Election Day, and there's also people feel that our country, is divided now, and there is such division, and that is part of why the consequences feel so great. We need to be heading back into the direction of healing our country, reunifying, as opposed to continuing to be torn apart. At the same time, people feel, like you just said, angry at people who are still continuing to support Trump. How do we contribute to the sense of unity that we're all so desperate for when we also feel so mad?
It's such a good question, and it doesn't have a simple answer, but it's a very human question. I mean, even in my kind of work, there are times when you work with people that you really sort of have a reaction to sometimes. And what you learn is that behavior has meaning, that it's a communication of something. So partly, if you want to know how somebody else feels, see how they get you to feel. The opposition has gotten us to feel very angry and very scared. And if you can bring it down to a causal level, not that a reason is an excuse, it's not an excuse, but it is a way of understanding that the people who seem so different from us and that we lose sympathy for are basically reacting to feelings of humiliation or powerlessness or fear of the future. And they have very primitive responses to it, some of them. But it comes from a very deep scared feeling and a very deep angry feeling. The two most dangerous feeling states for anybody are helplessness and hopelessness and humiliation. The three H's. Okay. And humiliation is a really dangerous feeling because people act out a lot with it. But I think as a nation, if we can understand that we've been through a huge change like the Industrial Revolution with the technological revolution. And that's left a lot of people behind. And, as a country, what do we do to try and bring people up? We can't go, they want us to go back. We can't do that. But how do we help them bring up? So I think that's a very large policy question, but on the psychological level, it's understanding people are really, really struggling. But the way they're handling it is very off-putting.
Right. So it's kind of recognizing that, understanding the root of it. And I mean, are we trying to get to this place of empathy? Is that how we find it in ourselves to then connect? And I mean, is that too much to ask of ourselves? Is that the goal?
Well, I think maybe at least understanding, if not empathy.
Yeah.
And I want to repeat that understanding doesn't excuse it. It just helps understand it in terms of how we address it, what we reach for, Now, I think they're having the opposition, for want of a better word, is having the same response to us in a way. where it's they're wanting us to feel what they feel, so they're making us helpless and scared. So that doesn't leave a lot of place for dialogue. So I think it might not come in the dialogue as much as it'll come in changed policies that maybe support people, give them some of the things they need to feel empowered. But I have to say the other thing, and this is something to help the kids with too. There's a cult-like piece to some of this where there's a lot of primitive stuff getting fed, and they're sort of excited with some of it. You look at those rallies and there's excitement with the wrong kind of things opposed to the right kind of things. Kids are always struggling with excitement, and they get excited about the mad stuff and they get excited about the exciting stuff. And what we want to try and do is have it come in language, not behavior, and have it come in communication, not discharge. And so that's what we're helping our children with. Because I would like to say, for all of you that are listening, the best thing we can do is raise children that can do better, that can be good adults, that can grow into themselves and have a good center. And that's what you're all doing. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, I love what you said too, Debbie, about how taking action is, for me, doing something, that is how I cope with the feelings of stress and worry and concern. And I know the thing that I think is really neat is that I've put out this idea this year of like voting and getting others to vote as a form of self-care, because I've never seen so many people post on social media. This is what it says over and over again. I just voted and it feels so good.
Well, I think the other piece that we sometimes miss in this is that we're looking at the downside, but there's been a huge upside to all of this. I have never seen so many people invested in voting, but I've also never seen so many people trying to think about our democratic process and what it means and what America means and what the Constitution means. So there's sort of a reinvestment in public life I'm hoping will sustain. That's very exciting and has a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. So we, as I mentioned before, we are really keeping our ear to the ground out there in terms of where more help is needed and turning out voters. And because the more participation we have across Ohio and across this whole country, the better chances of the outcome we all want to occur. So Julie, who, our organizing director, who's been on and off the screen all day, we have gotten word that every extra hand to help with reaching out to voters in the city of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, is so important. The numbers are looking good, but we just need them to crush. And so we want to support those voters. And so Julie is right now uploading a list of people who haven't voted yet, who we want to really help make sure we can help answer their questions and make sure they get out. So if you have downloaded the Outvote app, you want to go in there and look for a new action if you want to help out and text these voters and help answer their questions and give them the support they need. I'm going to tell you, it's going to feel so good taking this action. It's going to feel good. Now's the time. Okay, so Debbie, I want to bring on some other women who also may have different questions for you based on different ages of children, different questions they're getting. I know if Julie's going to come on now, her kids are teenagers. And so she and I are always talking about sort of like, she's like, oh yeah, I remember that. And then, it's a whole different set of things that come up. Beverly, do we have other women who were going to come and join the conversation? I know we said we'd do that around 3:15.
I'm here. I just hit publish. So if you guys want to go text women in Cleveland, it's in the app.
Amazing. And Julie, just tell us quickly, what are we texting? These are people who had not voted yet, who we know we really need their vote. And so what is the action? What are we telling them to do?
We are asking them to go in. The action is called Let's Get Out the Vote. Pretty straightforward. And yeah, it's pretty easy to find. It should be near the very top. And you basically go in and you just start texting, and it's going to give you a list of ladies. You don't have to do anything. You literally just go text from the bottom of the app, and it will send messages. And it's basically telling women, hey, it's not too late to get out the vote. Go vote, get to the polls. And it also gives them a website they can go to in order to get candidate information. We've been putting it on the screen, vknowyourvote.com. It's a great tool for people to build their ballot. So we are sending women to that if they haven't voted yet and they need info. If you send that action, you can literally send like hundreds of texts in like 30 seconds. It takes no time. And
I did it sitting at a red light the other day. Maybe you're not supposed to do that, but I sent like 100 texts.
It's a red light. It's okay. Everything gets done in the Outvote app. So you're not doing this from, I mean, it's not coming from your personal number. It's not coming to your personal phone. To your personal texting on your phone. It's coming in the app. So once you send 100 texts, go and back into the second tab on the app. And that's like your, and you will see responses. I'm going to forewarn you. You're going to get a lot of stops, and you may get some people who aren't appreciative of the text. That's fine. It doesn't matter. You are probably going to find one or two who might have a question or who need help, and you're going to get, we've had, every volunteer who's been doing this has had a story about somebody who had a question, who got answered, and they probably got a vote for somebody. So ignore the people who are not happy because they've been getting a lot of texts lately. This is important. You are seriously making a difference, and this is so easy. I mean, literally, you can hit 100 texts in 30 seconds. I'm going to do it while we're sitting here right now. So,
and remember, just go back. Your feed went. It broke up there for a second. The important thing is after you've sent these texts, and it literally is the easiest thing in the world, you go into the inbox because people can message you back in the app. It won't be in your own phone, like, in your normal inbox for text. It'll be on the app. And you will get people saying, stop, quit this texting me. Today is the day to annoy people because you are going to get a couple of people or a few people who might have a question, who are going to thank you for that reminder. Because as focused as we all are on voting today, you guys, just remember, people have the rest of their lives going on. The rest of life doesn't stop on election day for most Americans. And so we need to be the helpers. So go help. I'm gonna be doing that in just a few minutes myself. And I'm glad, Julie, you're already doing it. So, all right.
50 texts already. 50 have already gone out.
Yeah. All right.
I did my 100.
Amazing. Okay, so you guys all have different ages of children. Do you guys have questions for Debbie about this sort of the moment we're in now, the ambiguity of the days ahead, and this healing we need to do as a country that I think starts on a very micro level as moms in our families? What's on your mind about this, guys?
I will say this. I think because, as Katie said, my kids are older. They're dealing not only with their own feelings, but then dealing with friends. And, obviously they're still influenced by their parents. And so, they have friends who still support Trump, or they know people who still support Trump, and they have to deal with that every day. So helping coach them through, like, how do you talk to people at your level who don't agree with you, or even friends who don't agree with you? I mean, that can be really isolating, especially at that, because you're not as sophisticated about it.
Right. And it's, being a member of a group, or being a member, participating in a friend's interaction is so important in adolescence. But there's another rule of thumb that's sort of helpful, and I think it's helpful for teenagers in this situation, which is you can't answer a question that hasn't been asked. So if you try to present, sort of confront somebody, what you get back is confrontation back. And it probably means that certain things can't be resolved. And that's a hard thing for us. We are all peacemakers. We all want, everybody to get along. We believe in that. We believe in working towards that. Sometimes the best way to do it is to let things lie. Now, adolescents don't always want to. They sort of want the fight, and they certainly want their friends to think the way they think. So I guess in terms of actual interactions, what you can do, and you can do it at home, is sort of role play. What are different things one could say to a friend that's, all for Trump for all kinds of reasons, and what would be proper responses? It's probably a good exercise for all of us. But I also think it's okay to say to teenagers, look, you can like all different kinds of people, some have this and some have that, and this is a friend of yours, and this is part you might have to accept of him or her. Of course, we would want a mutuality in that the friend would also do it. The thing I think we most want to look for is where, in a way, it's feeling like being bullied a bit. To stay a friend, you've got to agree. And I don't think that happens. I think that happens actually more in middle school than high school. but it can happen. And you just want to see how your kid is feeling about it. I also think it's helpful to say, look, everybody's feelings are very high about this right now, but this is going to calm down. And you can go back to being friends around the things that you're friends about, playing soccer or playing Fortnite or, basketball. That there are ways of having friendships. I'm sorry, the gardeners are here as we're speaking. I'm sorry if it's really noisy in the background.
It's not bad, actually. You're fine.
No, it's not.
Does that make any sense? I mean, am I hitting what you might need to hear?
Yeah, I think that's good. Just the conversation and you're right. The preparation for when someone says something, and I think we all need that. You're right. Like you don't necessarily know how to react. And then 20 minutes later, you're like, oh, I should have said that. Like you have to kind of think those scenarios through in your head.
Well, and also to know that it's okay, that we can say, this is just something we're going to disagree about. Let's move on. That it doesn't have to be all or nothing. I guess that's what I'm really saying. That we tend to feel sort of all or nothing about this, but in high school, where they're very busy dividing the world into right and wrong because of what they're doing developmentally, we want to make it a little softer than that, less rigid. That you can like somebody even though you don't agree with them about things. And sort of help that in terms of a developmental thing in terms of future relationships beyond politics. So sorry about the noise.
It's not bad. Sure. Yeah, Julie.
So my kids are 33, 31, and 27, almost 28. But my girl,
you young thing.
my girl,
older.
my two girls are the 31 and the 27. Normally on an election, we would be spending time together, and I think that we all are having a little grief today because my two girls, my boy was just cleared literally about an hour ago. They all three had COVID. And and they live together. And so the two girls haven't been cleared yet. I think one gets cleared tomorrow and one gets cleared on Thursday because they now don't have any symptoms anymore. So we are prayerfully and thankfully on the other side, but we have chosen not to spend the day together because we don't want to risk mom. And but this is a sad thing. I mean, it really is hard because we can't recapture this. We can certainly spend time together in the future, but we can't spend election night together like we always do.
We all tend to count on our rituals. They're an organizing principle. They have deep resonance for all of us, but we don't want to be run by them. And one thing I'm going to say about this election, you're right. You're not going to have that on other times, which is the collective of your family and your way of interacting and your values together. But you will also never forget this day.
True.
This day is going to stand out, and what you do in terms of trying to reach out to your kids and in trying to be, connected and focused on the same things, you'll never forget. I mean, right. I'm doing these kinds of things. I've never done this before. I'm never going to forget doing all these kinds of things. And it's all very different. Look, moving it forward, we're going to have different kinds of Thanksgivings and holidays. And we want to be flexible and also know that this is an aberration. This doesn't mean every year, every election cycle, you won't be together. But this one's going to be different. But I promise you, none of you in any of your family will ever forget this.
Good. Thank you.
You can say that again.
Somebody's waving. Hi.
Hi. For us, it was kind of like a 1-2 hit because, COVID hit and now we're dealing with the elections. So they kind of, have had that kind of disconnect. And we've had to discuss because we have had certain family members or even friends who have been politically different than us. I think the struggle for me is that I'm the type of person, even with my family, as I am kind of outspoken and I will ask political questions. One of my things I like to do with mom is ask her, how do you feel about this? And also ask her, but why do you feel this way? Because I want to hear, and she usually shuts me down. I don't want to talk politics, but as a parent, I'm very open about talking about politics. And I've been telling my kids kind of to not talk about politics with their friends. And I'm uncertain, is this something I should be telling them, because I know there's an age where I want them to be able to have, because I think this is something that was lost in, I know my generation, is I was told, don't talk politics. And now we have adults who don't know how to have an adult conversation, that can be kind of like a cordial debate. I mean, look at our TV for the first debate. I mean, we have problems with this in adults. I mean, so as for kids, it's transitioning from knowing that period of, all right, well, maybe, you're a little bit too young to, talk politics with your friends, but where's that point or that age where you say, okay, you have to learn how to do it first, I guess, with me here. And then, I don't know.
Okay, so you're raising so many good questions. There's a sort of rule of thumb in raising kids, which is first you do for them, and then you do with them, and then you stand back and let them do it themselves as you admire them. So that's part of the trajectory. But the other piece is, I think to narrow it down to politics is where we get confused. What we're really talking about is how do you dialogue with somebody else? How do you have a dialogue when somebody disagrees with you? We haven't had good grown-up modeling of that, right? So I think what you want, I mean, kids might talk about politics or not talk about politics, depending. But if they do, you want to say, we need to learn to be respectful when we disagree with somebody. And we need to listen to what they're saying and either say, well, this is why I don't agree, or just say, gee, we think very differently about this. But you help them with the tools. That's the actually doing for, so that they can do it on their own eventually. So I think some of this is how we as grown-ups talk about things with other grown-ups that the kids observe, or how we yell at the newspaper, but try and if we do that, if we act beyond what we would normally do, we can say, wow, I'm having a hard time with this, and I need to learn to cut down how mad I am a little bit, or use it in a way that's better than yelling. And I also go back to with kids with friends. There's so many different things that go into kid friendships. And you don't want to make it a one variable thing. And you don't want them to make it a one variable thing, that they can't be friends with somebody whose parents voted for Trump, or who are espousing it. It makes it, it interferes with what they're actually trying to accomplish through friendships, which is actually learning a lot more about themselves than it is about the other kids. So I wouldn't try to say, you can say, look, not all kids are going to want to talk about politics, but if they do, you want to think about what they're saying and what you want to say back so that it's polite. You really just want people to be courteous and polite in the dialogue, whatever it's about, whether it's about that or football teams. The other place you get the rhetoric is around sports.
Yes.
Not in our family. None of that. Never. So I think very good behavior.
I maybe didn't do too good a job. You should hear my boys about sports. They're not well calibrated.
So I think what you're saying, or what I'm hearing as well, is I think one of the first components is having them understand their emotions, that their emotions are valid, but to understanding how to use those emotions to not create a dissonance, or but to use it in a beneficial way. And make sure to word your words correctly. But that emotion, you have to control that.
Well, it's a great summary, and it's reminding me of something else that's useful, which is language is a substitute for action. Okay? And because it shapes what we're thinking and feeling and puts it a little outside of us and makes us feel that at least we understand it or somebody else understands it. Part of the problem is language hasn't been used that way all the time in this political cycle. Language hasn't been used for communication. It's been used for discharge. It's like hitting with words, hurting with words. And we're trying to help kids use language to be expressive and shape experience so that they don't act it out in some way. So that's building on what you were saying.
Yeah, because I feel like as they get older, they understand more of that part. But at their age right now, their emotions come first.
Right. But what we do with their emotions is
the cognitive.
And the thing that helps anybody with emotions is being able to say it, but also feeling heard. That somebody has heard what you said. it sort of shrinks down. There's this great book from years ago called There's No Such Thing as a Dragon. And the story is that the little boy comes running into the kitchen and saying, Mommy, there's a dragon by the fireplace. And the mother's cooking. And she says, there's no such thing as a dragon. And it repeats all during the day. And the dragon gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until the house is sitting on top of the dragon. And the dad comes home and turns to his wife and said, why is there a dragon under our house? And the dragon goes right back down to this. So we're just shrinking the dragon down.
Yep.
That's
I
a
love
great
this idea. I think
story.
it's so important for all of us, whether with kids or for ourselves, of like, what is language really meant for? Yeah. Right. And communication is everything in relationships, and that's what we're all about here. Okay, Debbie, we have our next guest coming on at 3:40. So we want to thank you so much for this, you know, for the advice, as this is the most important role we all play. You know?
Well, I just think you're all doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So if I had a glass of wine, I would toast you all.
Oh, that'll be later.
That'll be later.
That'll be later.
Hopefully celebration.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me, everybody.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you so much for being here. Yeah.
And back she goes to voter protection. That is a good community citizen right there. Yeah, so this is exciting that we all can help play a role here in terms of helping out in Cuyahoga County, where we got to drive up those blue votes. So take action, y'all. Get in there on the app and help out. This is needed. But Beverly, I'm going to kick it to you because I don't know, is something exciting and good happening soon on this street?
Oh my God,
you're muted. Oh my gosh, Beverly is muted.
I can't believe she did this.
That is awesome. I will never forget this as long as I live. This
Somebody
moment.
take a picture.
Oh God, please.
Wow. Beverly was the friend on the call who was muted.
That is awesome.
Wait, this is one of my election day highlights. So
sad.
Yes.
I worked so hard, guys. Sometimes it just has to be me.
Oh, that was amazing.
good.
Wait, what is
So
it from the
good.
Atlantic? What do we call you? Eugene.
Georgine.
Georgine.
Georgine's a real person, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, she's like all of us in our mute moments.
Yeah, for
No,
sure.
we are all Georgine.
We love you, Georgine.
I was about to say Georgine, who's probably out there pounding the pavement for some of these
Yeah, she
magnificent
is.
candidates that we have running up in that area, up in Northeast Ohio, where I know that I think that's where our targeted list is coming in, right? Where we are trying to get that together. So the list that is coming out, that is currently being updated. Is it live, Julie? Can you nod
live.
for me? It's live. Okay.
Yeah. She was talking me about it. Yep.
Cool. So trying to get people out there, but just while we're waiting for our magnificent special guest that's coming on at 3:40 to talk drag and all the fun stuff with us. But can we talk about the candidates that are in Northeast Ohio that we should get excited about as these people are, going out to vote? Like, Susan, I think you know a little bit about that.
Just a tiny wee bit, like my friend Monique Smith is running for the
Is she like
Ohio.
a suburban mom who's like perfect in every way?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Monique is running on the west side of Cleveland, and she has, there are a lot of hot state legislative races across Ohio. She is one of the absolute hottest of the races, with a chance to flip a seat and break the very toxic Republican supermajority that is not doing any of us any favors day to day in the state house. So we are cheering on Monique. We are cheering on Phil Robinson on the east side of Cleveland and headed into those eastern counties of Cuyahoga. And also Casey Weinstein, to make sure he can defend that seat, because all of this is so key to breaking that supermajority. We got to hold on to these seats that Democrats picked up in 2018, but that were super close. You guys, this election is going to be close at the top of the ticket on down to the bottom. I think Phil Robinson ended up winning his race by like barely more than 1,000 votes last time. Jessica Miranda outside of Cincinnati, another suburban district. Remember, all 6 of the seats the Democrats picked up in the state legislature in 2018 were suburban districts.
Correct.
And Jessica Miranda won that seat down there by like a couple hundred votes, if that. And then we've got Hillary O'Connor Murray, who's running for Congress east of Cleveland, headed into Geauga Lake, and Betsy Rader running for state senate. All of these are these suburban areas in Northeast Ohio, Central, Southwest. Like, they're all amazing candidates. Like, it's just so exciting. Most of them are women, or they are, you know, really good fathers who listen to the Strong Women.
That's right. Or they have great mothers.
Lives.
And they've had terrific mothers.
All right, Jennifer, owning everybody right here, just said 100 texts, only had 1 stop and 3 that just voted. So, like, already getting people out to the polls here. So keep on. Tell us how many texts you're sending. And then something.
Little competition never hurt. Right. Maybe there will be prizes.
Maybe there could be prizes. You know, text everyone. Sorry, I'm trying to get everything connected here. While we're still waiting for our guest.
Yeah. I also can't wait to see what goes on with state Supreme Court. Like, people don't even know there is a state Supreme Court. And it's like the most consequential election possible. And here's something I love too. Like, the women in our groups, like, we can nerd out on this stuff together. And it's like almost cool, you know? You guys, I was like, last night at 11 o'clock at night, I was like, Beverly, can I share these metrics from the reach that our ad program is having on our digital platforms across the state, and the percentage of engagement we're getting? And I was like, I know it sounds really boring, but I just want to share it. And all the ladies in the group, like thousands of ladies in the groups, are like, this is so amazing, you know, and like all the support that's coming out there. And I just love that we all can connect about these things that really do matter, because that is what happens once the ladies get informed. They're like, give me the information. I want it all. You know, I love that. I mean, Susan, you have seen that like crazy in your group.
Crazy. And you know what else is cool too? Like, when you give women data, and like, I was horrible in math. I'm still horrible, but oh my God, it's just like, it's so gripping and fascinating. And when you present data to my ladies, my friends, they're just captivated with it. And it almost stops them in their tracks when they see it. And I think it just makes, you know, everything we're doing just underscores everything like 1,000 times.
You know, and that's been such a big part of our journey with Red, White, and Blue. I mean, this all started for me with learning the data. You know, I always say, like, once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. I had to do something. I had to go make friends with all of these women and figure it out together.
Since we've made friends and we have this wonderful network, I am going to get rid of y'all and then bring up our next guest, who I'm so excited about. I'm just kicking you all off the screen. Just get ready. All right. Oh, yeah. You're so into it. All right. So we have so many women who are in our networks, who are texting their friends. We're getting those numbers and we're getting out the vote everywhere. And so we know that we might just need an energizer just to get us over the line. So I am so excited to bring up Miss Brita Filter right now.
Yes. How are you?
Oh my goodness. I'm so excited to meet you. This is like, makes my election day. So
yes, I love it. I love it, Beverly. I'm so happy to be here. I'm in Brooklyn, and I'm here with Drag Out the Vote, and we've been doing text bankings all day, and we've been doing round table. Oh, look, you got the cup. Ah!
Oh, yes. No, I love Drag Out the Vote. When you had the event with the Broadway stars that you just had, like last week?
Yeah,
I don't know. Time doesn't mean anything. But if you haven't seen it yet, I'm sure it's. Where can they find it if they missed the live?
You know, it's kind of you can watch my performance on my Instagram at the Brita Filter.
Absolutely. So, Brita, can you tell us a little bit about Drag Out the Vote? I know you're the national co-chair for Drag Out the Vote. Like, can you tell us how that came about? Like, how you got involved in this crazy activism of getting out the voter?
No, I mean, I definitely started activism after the last election. I was really fired up, and I did my first show as a drag race girl from RuPaul's Drag Race with Drag Out the Vote, and I found out, I just kept on hearing these statistics that 1 in 5 LGBTQ plus people weren't registered to vote. 1 in 5, which is like absolutely crazy to me. And then I found out that 100 million people didn't vote in the last election. And so I really wanted to use my platform because so many people watch RuPaul's Drag Race, so many young people, and I really wanted to reach them through the art and activism of drag. And drag queens have always been activists from the very beginning, from the Stonewall riots that happened to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence in San Francisco during the AIDS epidemic. So it means so much to me to get so many people registered and out there to vote. And yeah, and it's kind of, we've worked so hard, and today's the last big push. So It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
The last day, what have you noticed? As I know you've been doing all of these events and you're booked all day and you're working to get all of the folks out that you possibly can. Like, does it feel different today? Like, what is the vibe? Are you feeling positive?
Yeah, I woke up I went to bed very late at 2 a.m. I woke up at 5 a.m. to go vote this morning. And so I'm being optimistic. I feel good. I have a good feeling about the election, and I'm feeling good about it. And I'm trying to remain positive. I mean, my motto is kind of like, you are what you put out into the world. So I'm putting out all these positive vibes, hoping that I will get the goodness back. Right. And I love it because I'm bouncing around from interview to interview, just giving that positivity and the performances back to people so that they can feel the same hopeful energy.
Right. Well, and it's like things can get gross, and we've had a lot of ick. So, but like we have the power now. We have the power to change things. This is the day where we can get out and actually do it, right? So like, what is more amazing? What can make your soul feel more amazing than knowing the fact that you can actually, it's up to you. Like, we can change this now. So I am so excited you're here. I know you're gonna perform for us. Right?
Yes, I'm gonna give you a little number that I have. It's one of my favorite numbers to do, and it's so hopeful to me, and I love it. I love it. I can't wait.
All right. Well, I am for one. I'm so excited. I'm gonna pull myself out. We'll give the stage, and then we'll pop back up. Okay.
Okay. Great. Sounds amazing.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. So this is one of my favorite numbers in the whole world. You'll definitely recognize the song. Maybe not the artist, but I want to make sure you can hear it. Let me get my drink. Cheers. I know you're drinking wine. Cheers. Cheers! Should I drink it? I need the caffeine buzz. I'm gonna drink it. It's okay if I drink it? I'm gonna drink it.
I love you. Thank you. Way up high. There's a land that I've heard of. Once in a lifetime. Teeny weeny bird can fly over the rainbow. And why, oh why can't I? Oh, someday I'll reach upon a star. Can't wake up where the clouds are far behind me, so far away. Troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney top. Oh, that's where, yeah, that's where you will find, you will find, you will find, you will find. If I cheated when you birds and fly, oh, over the rain, over the rain, over the rain. Oh, oh. Then won't somebody please tell me, oh why, oh why, I love you and I'll see you real soon.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. That was so great. That truly, again, made my election day. I know that you have to stop and you have to go, but please, all of you people out there, follow Brita on Instagram and Twitter. Follow the good work that she's doing, plus like just all the awesome content that she produces. So thank you so much.
Please. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Have so much fun. Drink plenty of wine and get out the good word. Yeah.
Absolutely. Bye, Brita. That was so cool.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. I am dying.
Let me just tell you, I saw Penny do that live and I really enjoyed that version better.
Oh my God. It was so good.
So good. I am just, oh, look who got dressed up. Yes,
I heard something about sparkles and sequins. Was it sequins? I think it was sequins.
And look, we've had more costume changes. I can't believe I didn't pull out a different wig with Brita coming on. I feel very
underdressed.
Right.
Completely
I got
underdressed.
leather pants and a sequin top. I am not underdressed. I am ready to rock and roll. Julie, are you there? You look confused.
Yeah.
We're good. Okay.
Let me just tell you for this segment's costume change, I have on my tribute to RGB. A lot of ladies were wearing pearls, but the pearls really are for Kamala. This is what RGB actually wore. She wore these lacy collars, and so I actually have a lacy collar. I also, in deference to Kamala, I have on my black educated queen earrings. And of course, I have on my sequin jacket and my sparkly top. So this is I'm 55, y'all. These costume changes are killing me. I'm just
oh man.
First of all, one thing, I was looking at something else, so I did not see that Andrea had changed. So that's amazing. And number two, can you let me out, Beverly? I need to escape for a second. I'm still trying to work something in the app that something's not loading properly.
All right, well, Julie has to go do real work. Bye. So, can we talk about Brita for a second?
Oh my God.
Okay, but how weird was it that I came up too early? Because then I was sitting there being weird, and I didn't know if I should pull myself back out. But anyways, I will not talk about it ever again.
I'm just mad you didn't pull me back on. I'm just going to put that out there.
No, so good.
So good.
Yeah, no.
So good. Just
really
like so just full of energy and love and fun, and I could just watch an hour of that. You know what I mean? It was just so it was wonderful.
Sure you're following Brita because
oh, I totally am.
And just I mean, sidebar, but supporting art, performance art in general for these people that are really out here trying to make art happen, but also taking time to come out, and help get out the vote and stuff like that. It's so cute. And, everything's different in the pandemic. Who was super jealous of her lighting though? Jesus.
Oh my God.
And I couldn't stop looking at her eyes. The white that came across and the black that came up like this.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, can you teach me how to do that, please?
And the lip stuff that stays, what, through singing and everything and performing, to have that quality of lip.
Oh, honey, it's a lip stain. You just gotta.
It's a stain. Oh,
yeah.
It'll never come off.
No.
Yeah, I don't. Get some comment. What I want to know is does Brita have a contract with Brita Filter? Really? Are they a sponsor?
But no, because I'm a Drag Race super fan. Obviously.
How does that work?
So when she was on Drag Race, they just called her Brita because they couldn't say Brita Filter on the thing, which happens often with queens. They'll have a, something either naughty. I think there was another queen on her season whose name is Jan Sport.
Oh, okay.
Jan. I think that was that season. Right. I don't know. I used to do back 100 years ago, when I was a baby teenage, late teens, early 20s. I used to do drag queen and burlesque girl photography. So I was I wasn't quite 21, but I would still be, because I was on the list, could go in and do photography and all that other fun stuff. So I'm there's no bigger drag fan in the world than I am. I grew up
so
with
good.
So Christine, who a lot of y'all know from people trying to call me I'm not currently on the internet. Do you not watch when I am broadcasting? No. So Christine, who is our community manager, all of the folks that help us out in all of the groups and all that other fun stuff, she oversees all that. And friend of a friend knew Brita, and this all happened last night, and it's truly amazing. We've had, over the course of this election, I've got to meet some pretty cool people.
Just a few.
But I don't know, that was a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
so
super big deal.
Call me go crazy. Anyways.
Well, I just want to go back and revisit Andrea. Am I saying it right? She also has on a collar that is also in tribute to RGB. Don't think I didn't notice, but yes, thank you.
Perfect. I love it so much. So, we're rolling up on 4, which is our last hour here. I can't believe that it's almost over. Oh my gosh, we've been doing this.
How did Jerry Lewis do it all those years at the telethon?
I don't know.
How did he do it? Remember that? I mean, God.
Probably lots of drugs.
Oh, yeah, there's that. Speaking of which, I could use a little something about now.
Well, why don't you just tilt your glasses up?
I'm saving them.
No. But y'all, okay. So heading into 4. This is our final hour. I want to see, like, let's get some more ladies up here who want to chat. We're going to do that. I think, like, okay, first we need to do a gut check, figure out how everybody's feeling. Are there any, like, news updates we need to talk about? Anything like that? Because I've been here, so you got to tell me. And then I think we're going to have a dance party. We're going to dance, and I have created a beautiful Spotify playlist for this. I will then publish it as Now That's What I Call Voting, Volume 1. That'll be super spectacular. But yeah, so let's just start leaving comments. There are people out there. If you want to come up and join our dance party, we can have up to 10 people. So, you know, you want to come to the dance party, it's gonna be great.
One sad thing, we surpassed 4,000 in COVID cases today, which means we broke another record.
Ohio?
Well, that's a bad vibe.
That is horrible.
That's
Thank you, Mike DeWine.
Right.
If we had a health director, maybe we wouldn't be in such crummy shape.
This is what happens when we don't act in.
That's right.
All I want is a Dr. Amy Acton bad signal. Like,
right?
I know. Automatically makes me feel better. And, you know, I tweeted from the Red, Wine, and Blue account earlier, because you know how Jill Biden on Twitter has been doing the countdown every day, just keeping my anxiety level climbing. And I tweeted today that it was, you know, today I was like, we're not afraid, we're determined. And that is my Dr. Amy Actonism, you know, what I come back to. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of what happens today. You know what I mean? I think good and right will prevail. I am determined, and it's going to do it because we're going to make it do it.
It has to.
This election is not something that happens to us. We are participating in the process. This is part of what we're doing. So I know that we have lists that are going out. We are really trying to drive up these numbers in the areas. So if you are not currently texting every single person you know to get out the vote, what is wrong with you? We had Brita Filter for you. You're going to come here and listen to our drag queens and not text everybody you know? What's wrong with you? What? I'm sorry. Somebody overtook my body. So anyhow, hold on. It's Julie.
I want to come back on.
Yeah, you were waving at me to come back on.
I want to join the party again, but I'm texting. If you are on the Outvote app, you are about to get a text from me because I'm telling you to get on the Outvote app and text everybody in Cleveland. So
everybody in Cleveland,
right?
Have you ever met a person in Cleveland? Text
what?
No, I'm just saying.
I'm sending you in to do our action to get the ladies out in Cleveland. So I just wanted to come back to the party. That's all.
Okay, cool.
That's okay.
Well, who else? Again, we want people. Michelle, I'm looking at you in this chat who comes to all of our events. I would love to see you up here. We have people that are ready to send you our join link. But yes. I don't know. Do y'all want to dance?
Absolutely.
Have like a moment where we're going to do it. Are you ready?
I'm going to dance and text.
Dance.
I think Jennifer needs. Can you play some music from Chicago? Because Jennifer looks like she just came out of the cast of Chicago.
She does. She really does.
Doesn't she?
I think that's my favorite dress.
I have a brilliantly curated playlist, and you want me to switch that up? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, I do.
How much would you die right now if I started playing Chicago like the band?
Yeah, right. I love that.
No, I mean, this dress is from 2000, so I broke it out of the closet for you.
But you fit into it. Who fits into anything from 2000? I mean, that is like incredible.
I honestly didn't know if it would happen, but it did. So.
I was just happy to get into a shirt. I was like, oh God, it actually kind of fits. Okay.
Hold on. I'm doing things.
I'm still texting.
Yes, as you should be.
This is me texting.
Hold on.
Yes.
Tell me if the sound works on this so I can make sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I love that song.
Ooh, I'm 74 out of 100 right now on text messages.
Cell Block Tango. Oh my God, yes.
Why are you still sitting? Get up and dance. Can you hear it or no?
No, not yet. Wait.
No.
Oh no, I talked on mute again. Don't talk to me. I'm so good at broadcasting. Hold on. I'm gonna fix it. I know how to make it work.
I gotta say how impressed I am because you were like multitasking. Like I think I'm impressive because I'm texting and talking, but you were like literally broadcasting and hosting and starting music. So
yes, that is a lot.
Yeah, I think what everyone should take from this broadcast is that I'm very talented.
She's extremely
all right, hold on. I'm gonna try it. Let's see if it works.
Okay.
He had it coming.
Oh, good. That's what you're playing. I'm so excited.
I think that's Cell Block Tango, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd sing it for you, but you don't want
I love it. Yeah.
Is it working?
Slow.
It's just quiet.
Turn it up.
Turn it up.
That's as high as I can get it.
The 6 Mary murderers of the Cook County Jail in their rendition.
Can you hear?
The
There's
sound.
sound. All right, well, get your ass up and dance.
I'm texting.
I'm hidden behind the banner. You can't see me.
So good.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same.
You know how people have this habit down. Like Ernie likes to gum. No, not chew. Pop. So I came home this one day and I'm really irritated and I'm looking for a little bit of sympathy. And there's Bernie lying on the couch, drinking a beer and chewing. No, not chewing. Popping. So I said to him, I said, you pop that gum one more time. And he did. So I took the shotgun off the wall and I fired 2 warning shots into his head.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have heard it, I bet you would have done the same.
I met Ezekiel Young from Salt Lake City about 2 years ago, and he told me he was single, and we hit it off right away. So we started living together. He'd go to work, he'd come home, I'd fix him a drink, we'd have dinner, and then I found out. Single, he told me. Single my ass. Not only was he married, oh no, he had 6 wives. One of those Mormons, you know. So that night when he came home from work, I fixed him his drink, as usual. You know, some guys just can't hold their arsenic.
He had it coming. He had it coming. He took the power in his pride, and then he used it, and he abused it. It was a murder, another honest.
Now I'm standing in the kitchen, carving up the chicken for dinner, minding my own business. In storms my husband Wilbur in a jealous rage. You've been screwing the milkman, he says. He was crazy, and he kept on screaming, you've been screwing the milkman. And then he ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 10 times.
If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same.
Мид, кира шекери. Ост маньяко е кира шлоко млеко к тому ферими. In me gleship tomu fe. Den emegos. In artot lon vojok. Ne, to dom. Mert moja uncle sam hook in tam. Roboltom. Arenda Schengen meg moja razni. Dinamer tadek meg.
Yeah, but did you do it?
Not guilty.
My sister Veronica and I had this double act, and my husband Charlie traveled around with us. Now, for the last number in our act, we did these 20 acrobatic tricks in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, splits, spread eagles, backflips, flip-flops, one right after the other. So this one night before the show, we're down at the Hotel Cicero, the three of us boozing, having a few laughs. And we ran out of ice, so I go out to get some. I come back, open the door, and there's Veronica and Charlie doing number 17, the spread eagle. Well, I was in such a state of shock. I completely blacked out. I can't remember a thing. It wasn't until later, when I was washing the blood off my hands, I even knew they were dead. They had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming all along. I didn't do it, but if I'd done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong? They had it coming. They had it coming. They had it coming all along. I didn't do it. But if I'd done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong?
That was the perfect way to start. He had it coming, baby.
Yes.
Deb's on mute again. Oh my God.
We are going to remember this day forever.
I was going to tell you guys, I'm texting Outvote users. I'm texting all the wonderful ladies in red, white, and blue. And I'm getting so many people writing back going, I'll text, but I'm working the polls right now. I'll text, I'm handing out slate cards. So we are on it.
We're on it. So thank you. Did that work? Could y'all hear?
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you ready to have another song? We're just going to keep dancing. If you want to dance, come and join us. Although, or I could just perform for you the whole time. It's fine. I have a song that I think that we all love, and we're gonna go with that. All right, cool. Next song, more dancing.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, anything you want done, baby, I'll do it naturally. 'Cause I'm every woman, it's all in me.
can't tell. Makes a special groove with fire inside of you. Anytime you feel danger of me, then instantly I will appear. Oh, I'm every moment. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. I can set your needs like rain unto the seas. I can make a rhyme of confusion in your mind. And when it comes down to some good old-fashioned love, I got it, I got it, I got it, baby. I'm every moment. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. I'm every moment. It's all in me. I've been reading the thoughts right now. Get a rip on me to say. I ain't crying, 'cause I'm the one. You just ask me, it shall be done. It don't bother to compare. I've got
I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm gonna have to open a window. Hot. I saw somebody join and then jump immediately off. So how's that, guys? How are we feeling?
Good.
Better.
We're great.
Great.
We are great. Al, join in the dance party.
I just got to reiterate how amazing you guys are. Like literally, I am getting all these texts back, which is why I'm dancing and texting at the same time. But it's everyone's like, I'm on it. I'm texting. I mean, I've had more people go, I'm on it. I've already sent 100. This is great. This is amazing. You guys are doing fabulous.
Beverly, can I make a request?
Somebody just replied in the chat, y'all, that one of the gals that she texted just replied that she was on her way to the polls. Keep it up, guys. Keep going.
On her way now. All right, what's your
All
request?
right, how about we shake it off with some Taylor Swift?
Shake it off with some T-Sway. All right.
Oh, I need to go get like a shaker and make a drink. I started. This is a beverage.
Oh, you started now. What are you drinking?
Is that your Fresca thing?
It's my Fresca and raspberry rum. I feel a little bit like I should have told Alyssa Milano that because she does the squirt and tequila. I feel like I should tell her Fresca and raspberry rum. I think I might have told her that actually last time she was on.
Yeah, I have all. There it is. Okay. Ready to send some more text messages and shake it off with T-Swift?
Yep.
All right. I feel like I need a sweet radio DJ voice from like 1994. Like coming at you hot from the 1989 album.
Yeah.
Top 40. Blah, 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 blah.
Casey Kasem.
Like Casey Kasem. All right, cool. Let's shake it off.
I say I'm too late. Got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go play, play, play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreakers gonna break, 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 break. And the fakers gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. And that's what they don't see. That's what they don't see. I'm dancing on my own. Dancing on my own. Make the moves up as I go. Moves up as I go. And that's what they don't know. That's what they don't know. But I keep cruising. Can't stop, won't stop grooving. It's like I got this music in my mind saying it's gonna be alright. Cause the players gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Heartbreakers gonna break, 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 break. And the fakers gonna fake, 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 baby. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. I shake it off, shake it off.
Sorry.
You could ride a unicorn to school, and if you fall off, you'd have health care.
No, you don't.
And if you finish school, you'd go to college for free. That makes sense, and that's fair.
No, it's not.
And if you are a lady, then you own your lady parts, just like a man goes to a dealership and then he owns a car. Vroom, vroom. Fuck you. What if life that we knew it was over? Guess what, God is a woman I know. What if rich, white, straight men didn't rule the world anymore? What if rich, white, straight men didn't rule the world anymore? If you're from another land and come here, you won't have to climb a wall.
Yes, you will.
And if you are a boy who loves a boy, you'll get a wedding cake and all.
Not in Colorado.
And if you are a lady and you do your lady work, then you will make as many dollars as the boys, not just 2/3. Cha-ching! Fuck you! What if life as we knew it was over? Guess what, God is a woman I know. What if rich, white, straight men didn't rule the world anymore? What if rich, white, straight men didn't rule the world anymore? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wish the world was different.
What's up, y'all?
Line dance?
What?
Line dance?
Line dance. Absolutely. Let's take a second because I'm already gross. So how's everybody doing? Julie, do you have a text update?
Oh my God. Okay. So far, I'm getting people writing me back. Either there's a ton of people already phone banking into Pennsylvania today. So that's a big deal. But I've had people tell me they've sent 500, 100, getting messages back. Like everybody is on it. This is amazing response. I'm so excited. And so many people just saying, thank you. Oh, Shannon, I really didn't see your outfit. That is so cute. I didn't see her on the screen because the little boxes. I'm just getting great response to everyone just saying how appreciative they are for this community and being here. So it's all good, people.
Yeah. All right.
Way to go, Diane.
I'm gonna look. Hold on one second. I'm gonna say, okay, so we've already sent 4,000 texts, you guys, and that's only been in like what?
Really?
25 minutes.
Yeah, 4,086 so far. And that's probably not even updated. That's probably like, a couple minutes behind. So
Absolutely.
So way to go, people. Keep doing it. It's amazing. It's easy. And you know what? We're gonna see good numbers out of Cleveland.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Did I just dance harder than y'all, or am I just a sweatier person?
Hard to know.
It's hard to know. Yes.
How many factors?
She is spraying herself. I don't know what's what. Water?
This is a magical like water sprayer. There's like no pump on it or anything, but it actually like
nice.
It is amazing. I got it on Amazon for like, I don't know, $11.
I'm into it. So we have a little over half an hour left. We will get back and definitely end on some more dancing.
Okay.
Once I have a second. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that much dying. A little dying. More kidding.
You need a cigarette.
Right. Yeah, I do. I need the extender and everything.
Right.
The
and then gloves like it, you'd be the
That is the best thing ever. Do you ever dress up as Audrey Hepburn for Halloween? Cruella.
I sort of went to a dance once like her, but yeah.
But it's very Cruella as well.
It is.
It's the prop from Cruella, so I just kind of
there you
go.
Yeah.
Good to hang on to that.
So we have one that said they were. Did I already pull that up? So how are we feeling? Like, have we heard anything other than we're trying to get out the vote in Cleveland right now? I know, and then which is what we're all doing. Like, what do things look like? Like, who has an update for me?
Well, can I just tell anybody who's watching and texting for us that I had a couple of people say they're getting stops. I just want you guys to know if you're sending these kind of texts, you are going to get stops, and you are going to get maybe some not some nice responses, but you are also going to get one or two people who are going to be like, oh, thank you, or ask for help. So just keep doing it, but I'm going to just set you up not to be disappointed if you get stops, because people have already gone this morning. It's not up, we're crossing people voting and heading to the polls and doing stuff. So it's making a difference though. And if everybody doing this gets a couple of votes, that's a huge impact. So Thank you.
So these elections that come down between like 1 and 2 votes. I mean, we see it all the time, right?
I have an update from I'm in Cleveland. I'm in Ward 17, which always has a very good turnout. And we have the highest percentage of Democratic voters in Cuyahoga County, I think. But as a 401 with 3.5 hours to go, 3 Ward 17 precincts have surpassed the voter turnout for 2016.
Yes.
So that's wards A through S of Ward 17. And it's like, it looks great. Mm-hmm. Looks really good.
That's awesome. Somebody just wrote that they're texting for 2 campaigns at the same time. Us and somebody else. They're like,
well, if you're not doing that, what are you doing? Somebody can do 2? Come on. No, I'm just kidding. I love you. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Well, I'm drinking and dancing, so.
Right. Where I am drinking and dancing for the cause.
There.
But like, okay, so we've all been set up for the fact that we might not have an answer tonight, right? Like it's likely that we won't know. What do you think happens tonight? Like give me a crystal ball. Somebody tell me what's going to happen tonight.
I think that we are going to have landslide information.
Yeah.
Because of all of our early voting and the people who have, already come out to vote. So I think that's what's going to happen.
I agree. I'm being hopeful. I'm being hopeful that we are just going to hear amazing numbers from swing states, including us, including Ohio. And I know things aren't going to be certified and not going to be 100%. And I know Trump's going to say stupid shit and get up there and pretend he won something, but
yeah,
I'm hopeful that
he cannot claim victory when it's really super clear that all these people voted and they didn't vote for him.
Well, we know he will claim it because he denies reality and lives in an
Because
alternative.
they put up a wall.
Yes,
Like-
but we will know that he is full of it, and most people will know he's full of it.
Right. Like,
Right.
and that's what it doesn't matter what he says, right? Like he can claim victory all day long.
Right.
And it don't mean anything.
Right.
So I wouldn't work. Michelle, where are you at? Where are you in the country?
I'm in Middleburg Heights, so like just south of Cleveland.
All right, cool. Cool. So when did you vote?
Gosh, probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago now. I got a mail-in ballot, and then I took it down to the drop box downtown. So, and it's been accepted. I checked. I would not sleep until it was accepted.
No, I was so worried about
it's there,
mine
it's
because it
done.
took, even though I dropped it off, it took days for it to update that they had received it. And I was like, did somebody, I dropped it off on a Sunday. I was like, somebody must have fished my ballot out of there and, taken it. Ah!
The same thing. It was me and like these 2 girls that I work with. We all dropped ours off around the same time, and we like handed them to people that were then putting them in the box. And we're like, what if those weren't real ballot workers? Like, who are these people that we just gave our ballots to? And then they all came in on the same day, so we're all good.
It looks like we
I'm moving. My computer's about to die, so I'm moving into my not so pretty kitchen.
Justine Smith in Ward 16.
Ward 16.
Yay.
So what's next, y'all? We have half an hour here. Do we have more people that want to come up? Do we have song requests for our amazing playlist? I mean,
Wobble? Did you put Wobble on the list?
Wobble.
Julie's been on that.
Julie just really wants to wobble today. She let me know that. So if you
Ask
can
my children. It's an all the time thing.
so if you could make the wobble happen.
Okay, I'm gonna be really. What's the wobble? Who is it by?
Just Google it. It'll come up.
Google it. I have a wobble by BIC, but
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
But make sure that it's not the explicit version.
Wobble. BIC.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna.
I need to wobble to the ladies' room.
I'm gonna wobble that way as well as I share my screen.
She's wobbling. Oh, she's gone.
All right, I'm glad you said that, Julia. Did you ever go to like a kids' party at school? I remember the teachers like having these like Halloween parties or whatever, and parents bringing these songs, and they don't know what the songs mean, and they're playing these really inappropriate songs for like second graders. And I'm always like, no, I know there's no cursing, but that's about trying to pick up a guy in a bar. I'm like, that is not appropriate.
Oh! There we go, y'all. Come on. Oh!
Oh! All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down, let me see you just get low, scrub the ground, let me see you just push it up, let me see you just
wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah.
Get in now, get in now, get in now, get in now, yeah, yeah.
Hey, big girl, make a bag it up, make a bag it up. Hey, big girl, make a bag it up, make a bag it up. Hey, big girl, make a bag it up, make a bag it up. Hey, big girl, make a bag it up, make a bag it up, bag it up.
I got them shaking their booties like Congos, man. I'm shaking the city like quakes. The haters blue in the face like Gonzo, cause I'm breaking the cake, so let's bake. I'm taking the game's mine. Y'all witness the change, it's my time. Yeah, I'm new to the game, but y'all might wanna say you whack raps, daylight saving time. I can dance, homie, I don't two-step. Y'all looking at something like a true player. A girl told me that a man that can dance might could possibly get down with the tool in his pants. Now I'm a ladies, let me see it vibrate. And when it's over, you ain't gonna need your bird. Cause I'm a pro, make you bend your back low, then the pounder real fast, just like the percolate.
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah.
Get in now, yeah, yeah, get in now, yeah, yeah, get
girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Back it up.
Girl, wobble it, and I'ma gobble it. I see you moving your head, go ahead, bobble it. We can cradle the bed, I'm straight racking it. The girl say, man, like the double racket shit. Damn, I'm so explicit, but I can't help it, my flow ridiculous. Boy, got a gift like it gotta be Christmas. Swag on this like you gotta be gifted. The girls brought cameras, and they want pictures, and they gon' frame them. See that? Let them to the bed while I'm saying my scriptures. Cause I leave you holy like you pray in the temple. 1B, I move with the letter of a pencil. And my won't miss you, good night kiss you. Take a damn back, cause you got pistol. And I don't think Donnie pick her up these issues.
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. 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 Get it now, yeah, yeah, get it now, yeah, yeah. Get it now, yeah, yeah. Get it now, yeah, yeah.
Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up.
Oh! 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 All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down. Let me see you just get low, scrub the ground. Let me see you just push it up, let me see you just wobble, wobble, shake, shake it, just give it here. Wobble, wobble, just push it, give it here. Show me what you got, show me what you got, give it here. Show me what you got, show me what you got, give it here.
Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up.
Wait a minute now, wait a minute now, wait a minute now, wait a minute now.
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble.
Get it now, yeah, yeah, get it now, yeah, yeah, get it now, yeah, yeah, get it now, yeah, yeah.
Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up. Hey, big girl, make 'em back it up. Make 'em back it up.
Why men great till they gotta be great? Woo! I just took a DNA test, turns out I'm 100% that bitch. Even when I'm crying crazy, yeah, I got boy problems, that's the human in me. Bling bling, then I solve them, that's the goddess in me.
You could've had a bad bitch, not committal. Help you with your career, just a little.
You supposed to hold me down, but you holding me back, and that's the sound of me not calling you back. Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the salon chair. Shampoo press, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bomb lighting. New man on the Minnesota Vikings. Truth hurts me to something more exciting. Dum dum be dum be dum bum be. You tried to break my heart, oh that breaks my heart. That you thought you ever had it, no you ain't from the start. Hey, I'm glad you're back with your bitch. I mean, who would wanna hide this? I will never, ever, 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 ever be your side chick. I put the singing single. Ain't worried about a ring on my finger. So you can tell your friend, shoot your shot when you see him. It's okay, he already in my DM. Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the salon chair. Shampoo press, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bomb lighting. New man on the Minnesota Vikings. Truth hurts me to something more exciting. Dum dum be dum be dum bum be. I'ma hit you back in a minute. I'll play tag, bitch, I've been it. We don't fuck with lies, we don't do goodbyes. We just keep it pushing like aye, aye, aye. I'ma hit you back in a minute. I'll play tag, bitch, I've been it. We don't fuck with lies, we don't do goodbyes. We just keep it pushing like aye, aye, aye. Wild men gray till they gotta be gray. Don't text me, tell it straight to my face. Best friend set me down in the salon chair. Shampoo press, get you out of my hair. Fresh photos with the bomb lighting. New man on the Minnesota Vikings. Truth hurts me to something more exciting. Dum dum be dum be dum bum be.
Unmuting.
Okay, more Lizzo. More Lizzo. Lizzo, play Good as Hell. Like, I love Good as Hell. Play that one. No, I mean, when next time
Right
you get
now?
up to
You
your
want a second?
playlist. You got any Beyonce too? Because those are my.
Okay, but there's a prohibition on anything from Lemonade because that's all I listened to during GOTV in 2016. So that's out the window. Sorry.
No,
sorry,
old
Queen.
school. Go back to like old school or. Nope.
I have, I believe I have. Let me look at my election day playlist. I have Independent Women on there, part 1, as well as Run the World, obviously.
You want to know what really old school song I like? And it's not really a dance song, so you don't have to play it. But it came on the radio like 2 weeks ago. I was driving. Do you guys know Helen Reddy, I Am Woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
She just died.
And I was like,
she just passed away.
What?
Yeah, she died.
Just like a month ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I heard that. It's just like, it's one of my songs my parents listen to. So when I always hear it and I always think about my childhood, but now I'm like, that song is perfect for right now. Like,
oh, it is.
Yeah. So I heard that. It's not
I have
necessarily
the
a dance
album.
song.
Hey, Julie.
Yeah.
Cruise directing. I have to drop off. I'm going to go fall.
Okay. Then there's no music, right? Because I'm not in charge of dancing. So, okay. So
I can pick up the music if you need it, Julie.
Oh, Shayna's got us. Shannon can do it.
Okay. Shannon can do it. You can start something. Hey guys, I was going to tell you, I just looked at Outvote. I think we've actually maybe sent almost 30,000 texts. Like, I think they're almost all done.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, we're at 32,000, and I think that's how many were in there. If I remember, the original load was like 32,000. So that is.
Diane said that she just went to see about texting another group and got a message that no contacts remaining.
Yep, it's all gone. You guys sent 32,000 texts. That is unbelievable. And that was
less than an hour.
In less than an hour. And that was just our list. That was not anybody else. We weren't no one else was helping us. That was just us doing that, you guys. So that is totally amazing.
So good job.
Good job. That is amazing. So now your job is to reach out to your friends who haven't voted yet, because that's even more powerful. So go through your phone book, sit down right now, open up your phone books and look and see who is in there that has not voted and message them. If you want to go into the Outvote app, you can do it there.
Apparently Jennifer's doing voodoo. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's time. It's time.
We have 15 minutes left. Like,
Jennifer, I think I have a song that'll help you out with your feelings there. Are you ready?
Check my name.
You might want to mute us. We're not singing, Shannon.
So good.
Keep it moving, yes, Lord. Trying to get some new shit in there. Swim there, go shit.
That's
Gotta
so
love
good.
But anyway, was going to tell you guys, so make sure you're texting your friends. You still got time. They got to get in line for the polls if they haven't yet. So we obviously have had an impact. We have
here until 7:30. So come on, keep it going. Keep it going.
Right, and if you have that absentee ballot that for some reason you still are in possession of, you need to drive it to your local BOE and stick it in that drop box. Like, drive it there. Yes. And if you need a ride, like, you can message me. I don't even care. Like, we'll get you there.
All right. So I was going to say, some people are muted here, but I was going to ask, so Michelle and Andrea, since you have joined this little dance party, how do you, are you enjoying hanging out with all the interesting ladies of red, wine, and blue?
Yeah, I think I found my my ladies.
Yes, for sure. It was
same, and I literally just like lost track of how many texts I sent out because I was too busy like dancing and drinking at the same time and just hitting buttons, and so I think they're all done.
Yes.
My kids had a lot of fun hitting.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did.
The Columbus Dispatch just sent out voters in Central Ohio face long lines at the polls. Y'all, if you're in a long line at the poll, stay there, please. They have to let you vote. As long as you're in line by 7:30, you can get to vote. So, stay there. If y'all need snacks, holler. Somebody can bring you something. Stay in that line and get that vote
I
done.
think DoorDash will actually do it.
Can we throw up that whole like pizza thing?
So I had a friend that was standing in line in Indiana and
God.
ordered Chick-fil-A. So you can order Chick-fil-A
There you
and
go.
they'll DoorDash it to you.
Yeah, seriously, DoorDash should make a lot of money tonight if they would. They should have advertised that. And I didn't hear what Alyssa Milano said about pizza to the polls. I don't know. I haven't heard that in Ohio. I don't know if that's
It's on
everywhere.
Twitter. There's a whole like pizza thing on Twitter.
Yeah.
So apparently, like if you, yes, if you're standing in a long line and you're hungry, like they will bring you pizza. It's kind of amazing.
Speaking of pizza, what is everybody doing for dinner tonight? I just need an unofficial survey.
It's Tuesday for tacos.
What is it, Julie?
Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday. I was thinking about that too.
Well, we made a meal last night that we're just gonna eat leftovers today, but it's one of those things that tastes better the day after too.
Ooh, yum.
Well, like I said, I was supposed to go meet my friends for Taco Tuesday, outdoor patio for a short time. So my family may be getting carry out from the Mexican place that we go to. So I'm not prepared. Not prepared.
I'm not prepared.
I haven't been able to eat, which is a weird thing for me. Like, I wish that was a stress affliction that I have, but I typically do not. Kind of the opposite. But for the past 48 hours, like, just can't. So, I don't know. I'm going to be drinking dinner probably.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's almost after 5 with, I have some, one of my best friends, her parents are very stereotypically like Southerners, like rich white Southerners from Virginia, like they talk like that or whatever. And it's after 4:30. After 4:30, you're allowed to pour a drink. So that's the rule from Jane and TB. So I just follow that. It's after 4:30.
I like it.
So preach on.
I like it.
So
I think I violated that rule. I poured one before 4:30.
I was about to say, you started with mimosas.
Well, yeah. That was appropriate.
11 or something.
Mimosas are appropriate. You're allowed to do that.
Of course.
No, there's no rules. It's election day. I woke up with a shot of tequila. What are you talking about?
Mommy's juice box is empty, so we're gonna open another one.
Yeah. Did y'all see the housewife photo with our dear friend who was drinking out of the Franzia box? That was arguably my favorite. So sorry.
That was just so hilarious. I mean, I scream like every time I see that. It's so damn funny.
It makes me laugh. So
And because it's like the boxed wine, because everyone went
right?
and got the boxed wine.
I mean, we knew it was mostly empty because that's like a power lift. Like if you're gonna, you can't hold it up above your head and like.
No, I mean, how else do kids get their muscles if not bringing in mommy's groceries? My son is not currently in school, so physical activity is something he has to find at home. Now, I like to do my part to further his education.
But you have to have two because your body needs to be balanced when you lift them.
That's right.
You know,
Absolutely.
it's not safe to just lift one at a time.
No.
You know, this is recorded for posterity, right, Bev? So he has evidence of what you've done.
You don't think that he will be like, I would be the first person to tell him? So 10 minutes left, y'all. Like, tell me it's all going to be okay. Who has left? What are our thoughts as we head into
I'm on the roller coaster right now. Like, I was doing great. Now I'm getting like super nervous, but we have, till 7:30 here in Ohio.
Right. It's starting to get dark. I think that's it. Well, at least you're on the East Coast or Midwest or.
And I think for us too, isn't it like the surge of people come like at the end, like after work, right?
Right. There are so many things of the conventional wisdom, right, that I don't think mean anything, right? It's diehards vote in the morning, blue collar people vote after work, and it's just like, I don't know how much of that's really true anymore. Like, it might have been a thing. We know that Republicans are going to vote in person more than they voted by mail.
Yeah.
So that's like the one thing we know to be true. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think we know anything to be true. We all lived through 2016.
Well, that's for damn sure.
So,
and then this is so crazy with the pandemic. I don't think that we really can predict anything.
Yeah, you're right.
What I do know is that we weren't planning to do anything, and I'd like to discuss that when we go offline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is that, like, and this is so important, and we all know that even if Uncle Joe comes through in a landslide tonight, right? There's still so much work to be done.
Absolutely.
It is literally gonna take like celebrate it. Take a breath. Hell, take a week. Go on vacation. You do you, sweetie. Like, find your peace. However, you got to come and get back to work, because we have to put the country back together, right? It's going to be, and not just on a political thing. Like, we know heading into winter, it's going to be harder with the virus. We're going to get back to where, it's dark. People aren't feeling as great. Like, we're going to need you. We're going to need to be able to talk to you. I'm going to need to be able to call, all of my new best friends that are on the Zoom call, and just to get through it. So we're going to need you. There might be things, depending on how it is, like ballot reconciliation when, Julie Collins, can you explain that to me again? I feel like you explained it to me the other day.
What's that now?
Ballot reconciliation, like what that is.
That was not me.
Not you. It's
No.
something like if something's wrong with your absentee, right? They will people, like, if it's not counted for something, and so then you're trying to reach out to those people because they'll probably have to go down to the BOE to get their.
Oh.
And I'm so sorry if I'm screwing this up. I hope that Liz is not watching, because she was watching. So anyways, but like, there's possible that there might be immediate work that needs to be done, right? Depending, like, we're hoping for a good result, but there's always a possibility that it might hinge on some things. So just be prepared for activation, right? Like, make sure, I'm not saying, don't have a drink, because we're definitely doing that tonight. But, just make sure that it's not getting turned off after today, I guess, is kind of my point, because there's going to be a lot of work to do this winter and as we head into the next 4 years, no matter what happens.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, 100%. And I will say, no matter where, I'm sure people are watching from all over the country and every state is different, but I can say for Ohio that I hope we flip as many seats as we possibly can. Our goal is to get the legislature not a supermajority Republican, but I know we are not going to become a Democratic legislature. So we have a lot of things to stand up for and do up there, and a lot more seats to try to flip and keep going. So there is going to be continuous work, and I am so glad to know that this community of women are going to be here, because we know women are the ones who are going to get everything fixed and get everything done. We've got Senate races coming up. There's going to be, it's going to keep going.
Well, and you could run for those seats, right? Yeah. Like, we have this huge community of women who may just be activated for the first time in the past 4 years. Mm-hmm. Like, get ready to run. you don't have to convince a lot of men to run, right? But you have to, we talk about it all the time. Like women think they need every single one of the facts. They need to have the doctorate of running for office, right? Men don't do that. You don't need it. And there are seats all the way out for your comfort level. I've heard about members running for school board and, but don't run for Congress. You know what I mean? Like we're going to have so much more work to do. And you're going to have this group of moms, of suburban women, of allies that are going to come and help and support you and do that. Right. So like, get ready because we're going to have so much more to do in the next months, days, years, whatever. This is a movement. It's not a moment.
Right. And the people in this group have so many resources that you got a wealth of knowledge of like people who have run for office, people who can help you run for office, people who understand all the different issues that are out there. So like you can literally just tap in here and really get yourself prepared to do whatever. And I will say, come on, I watched some men debate and I'm sitting there going, are you kidding me? That's your answer? I could do better than that. But then, we definitely have the power. There are too many people who think, men especially, who think they can just run and that they are ready to go, and they are not ready to go. So we can totally do it. And I am so excited to help. I know so many people who I know are going to step up, and I'm so excited to help them.
Well, and how much like with organizing, with doing this whole stuff, like I know Julie Womack, this is, we're newer to doing this, and like the skills that you've gained from organizing, from reaching out, the people that you've met. I mean, those are skills it takes to run a campaign, right?
Correct.
Out there. So you are already taking that first step in learning how to organize, learning how to motivate voters by doing outreach.
Mm-hmm.
It's like just a little bit over that to run for office. You got to start running for money. We'll figure that part out later. You know what I mean? But it's there. And there are other women that are within these communities, like who might not be necessarily in a political field. Some might be, we're all into it, but that have knowledge of video, have knowledge of finance, was an accountant in a former life and now wants to help you as a treasurer for your campaign. You know what I mean? Or maybe you are that treasurer. Like you don't have to run for office if it's not your thing either, but like you can get out there and support your candidates in every way possible. And I don't know, the whole thing makes me warm and fuzzy.
Well, think about Monique up in Cleveland, right, Susan? I mean, her campaign manager, Misty never ran a campaign before, as far as I know. Right? She's just someone she knew stepped up and is doing. I mean, and she's doing amazing up there. Like, knock on wood. Where's my wood?
It's just like it's a bunch of women who haven't done it before and completely have kicked ass on Monique's campaign. And I just found out that her opponent has kids stealing her Monique signs right now. From all the polling locations, like we're calling them the frat boys, are out stealing Monique signs. So Misty just put out a call to all of our friends, like, if you have a Monique sign, can you come and put it at this address?
Wow. Can you imagine being that desperate? Like,
yes,
they can't win legitimately, so you have to go to the dirty tricks.
Yeah,
so,
come on.
If you have to depress the vote to win, you've already lost.
Right.
Like, you know that, Republicans. Like if you have to pull the shenanigans, if you have to slow down the post office, if you have to limit the ballot box drop off to only one per county.
Yes, just
you have to cheat to win, you've already lost.
Yeah. Right. 100%. And that's why I keep saying, well, I put this on Facebook not long ago because I saw it in a tweet that they said that the Republicans have done more to stop you from voting than they have to stop COVID.
That's correct.
Can you imagine if they put all the energy that they put into voter suppression into COVID? Like, wow.
Yeah.
Or into anything. I don't know.
Anything.
Environment, feeding the hungry, fixing.
Yeah. Climate.
That's a point too. So we just talked about women actually stepping up and running because we're going to have local and Senate races and things next year. But we also need folks to go to the city council meetings and the county commissioners meetings and, the state rep committees so that you can actually advocate for the things that are important to you. This does not just stop with your vote. Your vote is the beginning. It is not the end. So, this is one of the things that I would like to see with us ladies is that we have, this group that's going to advocate for this and this group that's going to advocate for that. But, when we all come together on something that's big, you know, we are mighty powerful, over 200,000 of us. They cannot ignore what we have to say.
Exactly.
So just remember that, because they don't get that kind of response in, you know, I've worked as a legislative aide. I've been a city councilwoman. I know what kind of response you actually get. You had 200,000 people calling on a specific issue. We literally can change the world. I don't know what you're playing, but like Girls Run the World. I don't know that song really well, but that'd be a good
world. Girls. That's how it goes. Well, we're at 5, and I'm just going to take a moment of personal privilege as the digital media director here at Red, White, and Blue. I'm emotionally, you know, I don't know if I can put it into words, but I'm just impressed with all of you ladies every single day. The women that are on this call and the women beyond that take part in our communities, that have made videos for us endorsing candidates, that have made silly videos for us to really help reach the people in your neighborhoods, right? Because we know it matters when they hear from you. And like, we couldn't have done this without all of y'all coming together and taking action. All of the women on this team who are just amazing, and I can't talk about it because I will cry. But what you have done has been so valuable, and we're really going to see that in the continuation of this movement. So as we come off, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, and thank you for joining us. And I guess that's it. Is that it, y'all? So we haven't
for now.
Let the games begin.
Let the games begin. Yeah, and tell people to thank you for being part of this, and bring your friends along. Bring more friends in. We want a bigger community. Everybody is welcome.
Right, we're coming to your town, y'all. We're doing this everywhere. We're doing this everywhere. Like, just join the party. So we'll see you on the other side. We're gonna have some watch parties in the groups a little bit later, so we can all anxiously do results together. So I'm gonna take us back to dance party, and I say we end it with, what are we gonna end it with? What song should we do? Oh, Run the World Girls. We have to end with Beyonce, obviously. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, cool. We'll see y'all on the other side.
We run this mother, yeah. Girls, we run this mother, yeah. Girls, we run this mother, yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Who run the world? Girls. 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 Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run the world? Girls. 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 Some of them men think they freak this like we do, but no, they don't. Make your check come at their neck. Disrespect us, no, they won't. Boy, don't even try to touch this. Boy, this beat is crazy. This is how they made me. Houston, Texas, baby. This goes out to all my girls up in the club, rocking the ladies. Move up, buy it for themselves and get more money later. I think I need a father. None of these can play me. I'm so good with this. I remind you I'm so good with this. Boy, I'm just playing. Come here, baby. Hope you still like me if you pay me. My persuasion can build a nation. Endless power, our love we can devour. You'll do anything for me. Who run the world? Girls. 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 Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run the world? Girls. 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 It's hot up in here, DJ. Don't be scared to run this back. I'm rapping for the girls who are taking over the world. Happy raise the class for the college grads. 41 roll it to let you know what time it is. Check. You can then get back to business. Please, you better not play me. Don't come here, play me. Hope you still like me if you pay me. My persuasion can build a nation. Endless power, our love we can devour. You'll do anything for me. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the